Hey truckers, here is part 5 of Reincarnation of the Businesswoman at School. Let's dive into the video. Of course, Gu Ning said. She then invited them to have a seat. Please be seated. Zhou Jinghong greeted them with great respect. It's so nice to meet you, Master Bai, Master Yan and Master Fu. The order Zhou Jinghong greeted them was opposite of Gu Ning's, because Master Bai was the highest in rank among them. Gu Ning didn't know that. She only greeted them according to familiarity. It was beyond Zhou Jinghong's imagination that Gu Ning knew such influential men, especially Master Bai. Nice to meet you, Mr. Zhou. Master Fu and Master Yan knew Zhou Jinghong, but they weren't familiar with him. Although they were curious about the relationship between Gu Ning and Zhou Jinghong, they didn't ask, since it had nothing to do with them. Zhou Jinghong was thrilled to meet Master Yan and Master Fu. Are you really the woman we met yesterday? Master Bai looked at Gu Ning. He was too surprised to believe it. Master Bai had known it already, but wanted to make sure himself, because Gu Ning today was so different from yesterday. Yes. Otherwise I wouldn't know that you're Master Bai, Gu Ning said with a smile on her face. Ha, you're right. You're really great to be so able at such a young age. Master Bai complimented her plainly. Discover NW Chapter SNN0EL Bai.com. Thank you so much, Gu Ning replied. Please don't blame me for coming without an invitation, Master Bai said. Of course not. It is my pleasure to have you here, Gu Ning answered. Although she didn't know Master Bai's background, she knew that he must be very influential. Girl Gu, do be careful. Master Bai is here for a purpose, Master Fu said like something bad was going to happen. Hearing that, Master Bai was irritated. Master Fu, mind your words. Don't damage my reputation. Then what are you doing here? Master Fu said with provocation in his eyes. I'm here for Girl Gu. I want to make a friend with her. You can be her friends so I can too. Master Bai argued. Gu Ning couldn't help but snort with laughter. She thought they were all lovely like adorable children, but it was time to order, so she interrupted them. All right, let's order first. They all knew that Gu Ning didn't lack money, so they didn't hesitate to order their favorites, but the dishes were all simple and good for health. They weren't expensive either. Girl Gu, what do you want Master Fu to help you with? Master Yan asked. Oh, I'm going to open a jewelry company, and I need to settle the registration and some documents first. I think it'll be quicker if someone with power can help me in today's society. Thus I hoped that Grandpa Fu could help me, Gu Ning said. She didn't want to hide, because she needed their help too in the future. What? You're going to open a jewelry company? Both Master Yan and Master Bai were astonished and admired her as well. She planned to run a startup herself at such a young age. She was indeed ambitious and determined. However, since I'm a student now, I can't deal with everything myself. Thus I hired Uncle Zhou to help me, and I'll be the boss behind the scene, Gu Ning added. Those masters all knew Zhou Jinghong. Although they weren't familiar with him, they had heard that he was able to do that. As for the reason why Zhoufu Jewelry suddenly had a different owner half a year ago, they also guessed correctly that it was because of Xiaoping. They didn't know the relationship between Gu Ning and Zhou Jinghong, and they had no intention to ask, but since Gu Ning let Zhou Jinghong be in charge of the company, she must trust him very much. This meant that they had to be close, so they didn't need to ask further. However, if they had known that Gu Ning had only Zhou Jinghong for a short time, they would have been shocked. Not everyone could trust another person within a short time. My store will be opening soon. Please come to attend my opening ceremony. It will be of great help if you are all willing to come, Gu Ning invited them. Sure, we will, they answered without hesitation. During the meal, the atmosphere was so harmonious that others would mistake them as a family. Other than Zhou Jinghong, who was a little nervous. Master Bai and other seniors were very influential after all. Zhou Jinghong felt slightly uneasy in front of them. Master Fu would help them to inform the leader of the Industry and Commerce Bureau, but Zhou Jinghong himself still needed to settle the documents. However, with Master Fu's help, it would be quick and smooth. After that, Zhou Jinghong only needed to invite them to a meal and send them gifts. With Master Fu's influence, Zhou Jinghong could skip those things. However, he needed to build his network, so he still had to do those things. After the meal, everyone was ready to leave. The minute they left the restaurant, Master Yan said, "Girl Gu, please wait for a second. Let me introduce a man to you." Gu Ning felt puzzled. Meanwhile, Master Bai opened his mouth. "Oh, your son is here as well." Hearing that, Gu Ning looked over. She saw several middle-aged men talking ahead on the road, but at the same time, Gu Ning squinted suddenly with a coldness in her eyes. A red spot was moving on a middle-aged man's face among them. In the end, it stopped at the center of the man's eyebrows. Without delay, Gu Ning dashed forwards. "Hey!" Master Bai and others were surprised by Gu Ning's sudden move. What was wrong? However, before they realized what was going on, the accident happened. The middle-aged man was hit heavily by Gu Ning and fell down to one side. The next second, the bullet, which was supposed to hit the man, missed him and hit a car behind him. The sniper rifle had a silencer, so it didn't make a sound at all except for the sound when the bullet hit the car. Normally the killer would retreat once he missed the first shot, but Gu Ning still looked in the direction of the bullet in case the killer tried a second time. With her jade eyes, she was able to locate the killer accurately at once. The killer was actually ready to leave, but he was frightened by a sudden cold look. Although he couldn't see Gu Ning's face clearly, he could judge that it must be a young girl. He was surprised that the young girl was able to discover him. She was also physically strong and mentally acute with a sharp look. There was no more time for him. The killer left right away. Everyone was shocked, but when they found out the hole in the nearby car, they understood what had just happened. "Mayor!" Two men immediately went to help the middle-aged man who was knocked down by Gu Ning. CHCK for US Tirais on no/v/l/bin. C0M. Mayor? Gu Ning was struck dumb. This man is the mayor? Zhenlin. Master Yan's face turned pale from fear. He almost fainted. Luckily, Zhou Jinghong supported him. Then he quickly walked over. Yan Zhenlin felt hurt heavily all over his body. He looked embarrassed too with dust all over his clothes, but despite all of that, he calmed himself down and said, "I'm fine." Although Yan Zhenlin was still confused, he knew that it was Gu Ning who had saved his life by knocking him away. He thanked her at once. "Thank you so much. If it hadn't been for you, I would have been dead already." Before Gu Ning could say a word, Master Yan seized her hands trembling and crying. "Girl Gu, thank you so much. You've saved my son's life. Otherwise..." Oh, the mayor was Master Yan's son. He must be the person that Master Yan planned to introduce to her. "Grandpa Yan, Mayor Yan, it's no big deal. It happened too fast, so I did it without second thought. Please forgive my rude behavior," Gu Ning said. Her attitude received appreciation from others. Yan Zhenlin then knew that Master Yan must know Gu Ning. "Haha, very well. You can remain modest while staying polite. I admire you for that," Yan Zhenlin said and laughed happily. He didn't put on airs at all, even though he was an important official. However, you've rescued my life. I'll bear your kindness in mind. This is my name card. If you have any trouble you can't deal with in the future, please feel free to call me. However, let's be candid here, if you do anything immoral or illegal, I won't help you, Yan Jinglin said seriously. He took out a name card handing it to Gu Ning. Thank you so much. Gu Ning accepted the name card. Master Yan, I think that there is no need for you to introduce them to each other. If you hadn't had Girl Gu here, probably, Master Bai said. He was still shocked by the horror. Hearing that, Yan Jinglin figured out what was going on. His father planned to introduce him to this young girl, so that he could help her, but unexpectedly, she had saved his life. No one knew what was going to happen the next second. Boss, are you all right? Zhou Xinghong asked Gu Ning worriedly. Oh, Girl Gu, are you all right? The rest suddenly realized they hadn't checked Gu Ning's safety yet, which was totally impolite. I'm fine. You don't need to worry, Gu Ning answered. Great to hear that, Master Fu and others said, finally feeling relieved. Although they were all shocked and confused about why she was able to discover the sniper, they didn't ask. After that, they said goodbye to each other. When Gu Ning and Zhou Xinghong were gone, Yan Jinglin looked extremely displeased. Lao Li, go and investigate what just happened. I want to know who was behind it. Yes, sir, Lao Li, the middle-aged man who stood by Yan Jinglin in a suit, answered with respect. He was the director of the Public Security Bureau in City G, Li Feng. Li Feng was Yan Jinglin's fellow. If Yan Jinglin was in danger, he wouldn't be safe either. They didn't know who was behind it yet, but they both knew clearly what was going on. It was right at the key point of the shift of officials, and no one had goods on Yan Jinglin. It had to be his rivals in the politics. Otherwise, it could also be Yan Jinglin's enemies, those who had been removed by Yan Jinglin from their offices because of their serious illegal deeds. Yan Jinglin then made arrangement for those elderly men to leave before he went back to the government. In a restaurant near the window on the second floor, Situ Yi and Chu Xianfeng had witnessed everything. They were all astonished by Gu Ning's swift move. They knew that she was somebody, but they had no idea she was so awesome. Chu Xianfeng swallowed with great force, and said in fear, Jesus, she's so unbelievable. She could even discover the sniper, and save the man within such a short time. I wouldn't be able to do it myself. Chu Xianfeng now admired Gu Ning. At the same time, he was so disappointed. What should I do? I feel so ashamed now. Situ Yi remained silent, but he had to admit that Gu Ning was really excellent. All of a sudden, he had a strong interest in this girl. Who would win if they were in a game? Gu Ning? He would go and investigate this girl later. Meanwhile, Zhou Xinghong was driving to the processing plant together with Gu Ning. She needed to visit the processing plant before she went back to City F. On the way, Gu Ning asked Zhou Xinghong, Uncle Zhou, do you know Master Bai's background? Master Bai is named by Rushuan. He is the third richest man in City G with 30 billion yuan in assets. He is involved in many industries, but is mainly involved in tobacco and medicine. Those two are the major industries in City G, Zhou Xinghong said. Hearing that, Gu Ning was greatly surprised. She didn't know that Master Bai was so powerful. If Master Bai was going to attend her opening ceremony, it would cause a sensation. She didn't need to promote at all. Master Bai would be her live advertisement. Nevertheless, she would of course advertise. Zhou Xinghong would deal with it. In the processing plant, Chang Qingshan and others were already in the middle of making jewelry. They used machines to process medium high-level jade, while processing high-level jade by hand. The types of jewelry were all up to them. Gu Ning wouldn't interfere. When it was almost 3 p.m., Zhou Jinghong drove Gu Ning to the airport. Her plane would take off at 4:30 p.m. She arrived at the airport at 3:40 p.m. and it was 4 p.m. when she got into the lounge. Gu Ning randomly sat down. It was more than 10 minutes away from the departure time. The minute she sat down, a surprised male voice sounded nearby, "It is you." Hearing that, Gu Ning looked to him. He was a handsome young man, but she didn't know him. Seeing Gu Ning being puzzled, the man immediately explained, "Nice to meet you. My name's Chu Xianfeng. You probably don't know me, but I know you. I saw you today at the Huangdang Hotel." Yes, the man was exactly Chu Xianfeng. To Chu Xuanfeng's surprise, he met Gu Ning in the airport. He had to go and talk to her. Was she heading to City F as well? "Nice to meet you," Gu Ning replied friendly. Noticing that the man was very excited, Gu Ning knew that he must have seen her rescue the mayor. "Are you going to City F?" Chu Xianfeng asked. "Yes," Gu Ning answered. "Me too. I live in City F. How about you? Are you going to visit City F, or do you live in there too?" Chu Xianfeng asked. "I live in City F too," Gu Ning said. After a short time of chatting, they went abroad. Chu Xianfeng didn't sit with Gu Ning, but they met each other again when they got off the plane. "Where are you going? May I give you a lift?" Chu Xianfeng asked politely. He didn't want to burden Gu Ning, so he added, "My sister is here to pick me up." "Thanks, but I can go back myself," Gu Ning declined. Chu Xianfeng didn't insist. They weren't familiar after all. It would be inappropriate if he insisted. When they were at the exit, both Gu Ning's and Chu Xuanfeng's sight fell on the same person at the same time. The person saw them with surprise as well. CHCK for US Tirais on no/v/l/bin.c0m. Chu Pei Han, why was she here? Gu Ning was confused. Chu Pei Han ran over at once. She grabbed Gu Ning's hand, asking in excitement, "Boss, how come you arrived with my older brother?" "You older brother?" Gu Ning was struck dumb for a second. She looked to Chu Xianfeng, and was totally shocked. Chu Xianfeng was Chu Pei Han's older brother? What a coincidence! Chu Xianfeng was also astonished. Gu Ning knew his younger sister? Wait, boss? Why did Pei Han call Gu Ning boss? What was going on? Although he didn't know the details, he could guess the reason. If he guessed correctly, Chu Pei Han must admire Gu Ning's outstanding ability, so she called her boss. Chu Xianfeng indeed knew his younger sister well. She was so keen on kung fu. "Well, are you?" Chu Pei Han suddenly said meaningfully. Seeing that, Gu Ning immediately knew what Chu Pei Han was thinking. She interrupted her, and explained simply about how she met Chu Xianfeng. However, she didn't tell Chu Xianfeng the details about what had happened at the Huangdang Hotel. She only said that she had rescued a person, and that Chu Xianfeng had accidentally seen it. They had met and chatted in the airport, and it had been a coincidence that they had met again and came out of the exit together. Fine. Actually, Chu Pei Han was simply joking. Although she did hope that her older brother could have a romantic relationship with Gu Ning, she wasn't able to force them to do so. Thus she said, "It's not early now. Why don't you go dine with us?" Chu Pei Han sincerely invited Gu Ning. There was no need for them to pretend. "Sorry, I told my mom that I'm going home to have a meal. I can't let her down," Gu Ning declined again. All right. Chu Peihan didn't insist either. She only asked, where do you live then? Let us give you a ride. Fanghua Luxury Mansion. This time, Gu Ning didn't say no. She knew that she could be real with Chu Peihan. We're going in the same direction. Let's go. Chu Xianfeng walked ahead with Gu Ning, ignoring Chu Xianfeng completely. Chu Xianfeng felt slightly hurt. Wasn't his younger sister here for him? Wasn't she supposed to give him a hug? Wasn't she supposed to care about him? Why did she suddenly forget her older brother because of Gu Ning? Chu Xianfeng took out his phone, taking a photo of Chu Peihan and Gu Ning. He typed down lines of words, then posted it in his moments. Aren't you supposed to pick up your older brother? Why do you completely ignore your own older brother the minute you see your friend? Cry emoji. Before long, Sitiyi saw this moment. He also immediately recognized one of the backs was Gu Ning. He squinted. Unexpectedly, Gu Ning was Chu Peihan's friend. That would make it much easier. On the way, Chu Peihan kept talking with Gu Ning. Chu Xianfeng didn't have chance to be involved at all. He wasn't happy, but remained quiet. He was a gentleman, and wasn't willing to interrupt them. He wanted to leave a good impression on Gu Ning too. Gu Ning said goodbye to them and got off the car when they arrived at Fanghua Luxury Mansion. After Gu Ning was gone, there were only a driver, Chu Xianfeng, and his younger sister in the car. Chu Xianfeng asked, Han, I've never seen you being so close to another person. And you even call her your boss. Ningning is so good. She can easily defeat me within 10 moves, Chu Peihan said with pure admiration and respect towards Gu Ning. Chu Xianfeng agreed. Even he admired Gu Ning's extraordinary ability, let alone Chu Peihan. He was also sure that Gu Ning must not have used her full force. Otherwise, Chu Peihan would have lost within 3 movements. Oh, why don't you have a try with Ningning someday? I'm curious to see who is going to win. I said that to Ningning the other day, and she agreed, Chu Peihan said with great anticipation. She hadn't seen Gu Ning's real power, so she was really curious about Gu Ning's ability. Chu Xianfeng had seen it himself. Thus he now felt cornered. In the past, he would have agreed without hesitation, but now, he lost his confidence. However, he still wanted to have a try. After a few seconds of hesitation, he said, Great. When Gu Ning finally got home, it was already 6:30 p.m. Gu Man had prepared the meal and Gu Qing's family were there too. They were waiting for her, but they all seemed displeased. Gu Ning felt that something had to be wrong. She asked with worry, Mom, Aunt, what happened? Gu Qing replied, It was your eldest uncle. His proposal has been rejected by Executive Liu. Thus he called to ask whether you have done something behind his back. He even criticized us for not helping him and standing in his way. Hearing that, Gu Ning was annoyed and felt like laughing. That's insane. How can I affect Executive Li's decision? And why should I help him? I'm not as shameless as him. Exactly. Nevertheless, he now believes that it's your fault. I'm so mad at him. Gu Qing even lost her appetite for dinner. There. We did nothing wrong. Just ignore them, Gu Ning said to comfort them. Then she thought of something and said, Oh. I've prepared jewelry made of jade for you all. The 4 of us ladies have a bracelet, a pendant and earrings, while Uncle has a wide jade ring. Gu Ning said then she immediately took off her backpack. She gave them the foolish jewelry to cheer them up. Let me see. Let me have a look. Gu Qing was excited at once. Oh, I have jewelry as well? Jiang Su was surprised. He didn't care about jewelry, but it was from Gu Ning, so he would take it with happiness. There is a word from our names inside the bracelets and pendants. And our Chinese zodiac signs are on the cover. You can choose your earrings according to your preference. Uncle, yours is the same, Gu Ning said. Wow. It's so beautiful. Gu Qing was totally thrilled. Indeed. It's so pretty. Gu Man beamed. Women could never resist the allure of jewelry, especially attractive jade jewelry. Jiang Xinyue was still young, so the jewelry wasn't suitable for her yet, but she was happy to receive them as gifts. Gu Qing helped Jiang Xinyue put away her earrings and bracelet and only left her pendant with her. After the meal, Gu Ning went back to her room. She called in Guangyao and asked him about the situation of Xinhua real estate. And Guangyao replied, "Boss, I've already told the shareholders. There are 7 shareholders, except me. Only 3 of them are willing to stay, and the rest are leaving." Great, the funds are ready. I'll be at the company tomorrow afternoon at 2. We can sign the contract, Gu Ning said. Sure, and Guangyao answered. The next day, Gu Ning ran to school as usual. This time, she didn't meet Leng Xiaoting nor Su Jinchen. Actually, Su Jinchen and Leng Xiaoting were running in the morning as well. They saw Gu Ning, but didn't appear in her sight. Hey, why do you have to stop me since you don't want to go over and say hi yourself? Su Jinchen planned to talk to Gu Ning, but was stopped by Leng Xiaoting. Are you really free? Leng Xiaoting asked. Then before Su Jinchen could say a word, he opened his mouth again. If you're free, run another 20 kilometers. What? I didn't say Su Jinchen argued. However, before he could finish, he received a cold look from Leng Xiaoting. He immediately shut his mouth. Why? How could Leng Xiaoting be so cruel? He only wanted to talk to Gu Ning. Why should he be punished for that? In addition, he only did it to test Leng Xiaoting. It seemed as if he could only gain his freedom by staying away from his boss. Gu Ning and her friends ran back to their classrooms. They met Gu Xiaoxiao on the 3rd floor. Gu Xiaoxiao was waiting for Gu Ning. Gu Ning clearly knew why Gu Xiaoxiao was here. Seeing Gu Ning, Gu Xiaoxiao criticized her with anger. Gu Ning, did you talk to Executive Liu and tell him to reject my dad's proposal? Students around them immediately gathered. Gu Xiaoxiao, do you really believe I'm able to do that? Gu Ning sneered. You're merely a poor girl. You absolutely can't do that, Gu Xiaoxiao unconsciously replied. Since you don't believe I have the ability, why do you think I did it? Gu Ning asked with heavy sarcasm. Gu Xiaoxiao then realized that she made a mistake. However, even though she didn't believe that Gu Ning was able to do that, she couldn't think of anyone else who could have had done it. Before Gu Xiaoxiao could say a word, Gu Ning said, Gu Xiaoxiao, business is business. Executive Liu will only choose the best proposal for the good of his company. Your father has run a business for so many years. How can he not understand that? If your father's proposal has been rejected, it only proves your father's proposal isn't the best. Besides, if your father had been able to be the best, his assets would have been a couple 100 million yuan, instead of only 12 million yuan. Get the L-test VLS at .o/v/e/l/buy.co. Gu Xiaoxiao was irritated by Gu Ning's words. She knew Gu Ning's words made sense, but she wasn't willing to admit it. You know I'm telling the truth. If your father doesn't understand it, his company will probably go bankrupt in the near future, Gu Ning added. Gu Ning, how dare you curse my family? Gu Xiaoxiao was in a rage. It's the reality. Face it, Gu Ning said airily. Gu Xiaoxiao's face turned red in anger, but she didn't know how to argue back. Also, don't blame me for everything. Just because I stay quiet doesn't mean that I'm weak. If I'm going to act, you can't afford the result, Gu Ning warned her coldly. She then said goodbye to Chu Peihan and the others, leaving for her classroom with Yu Mixi. Those onlookers all disliked Gu Xiaoxiao, which made her even angrier. Watching Gu Ning leaving, Gu Xiaoxiao wore a vicious face. Gu Ning, I won't let you get away with it. Let's go and see. In the first class, the head teacher announced the results of this monthly test. Gu Ning was the top one in the grade this time. Except for her Chinese article, which had deducted only 1 point, her other tests all gained full scores, which had never happened before. The whole classroom was very surprised. No one would believe it. What? Gu Ning is the top one in our grade? Her Chinese article only got 1 point deducted, and her other tests all have full scores? How is it possible? Isn't she always bad at studying? Xiao Feifei was the first one who expressed her doubts. Exactly. I don't believe it. She must have cheated. Wu Qingya added. Yes, I agree. The other classmates all doubted the result. All right. The head teacher stopped them. Although she couldn't believe it herself, it was the truth. She is the top one. And she is 36 points in front of the second. In addition, the teachers who were in the classroom all said that Gu Ning didn't cheat. If you have time to question others, why don't you spend more time on improving yourself? Many students were unhappy, but didn't dare to say another word. The news was also announced in other classrooms. It arose many doubts too, especially Gu Xiaoxiao, Qin Zheng and their friends. They refused to believe it. The 3 students who had always been the top 3 in their grade felt greatly displeased. Usually, they were always the top 3, but the top spot was grabbed by another student who had been so bad at studying, out of blue. It was so hard for them to accept the truth. Nevertheless, they could do nothing about it. Even the teacher had said that Gu Ning hadn't cheated because she had been the first to hand the paper in every test. Mu Ku, Chu Peihan and the others were also very surprised, but they chose to believe Gu Ning. In their eyes, Gu Ning wasn't an ordinary girl. When the class was over, they discussed fiercely in their WeChat group. How Ran, boss, you're so awesome. You're the top in our grade in this monthly test. Qin Zixuan, exactly. How did you do it, boss? You were always the first one to hand in the paper. Chu Peihan, though I feel surprised, I believe that it is true. Mu Ku, me too. Zhang Tianping, me too. Yu Mixi, Ningning has been helping me with my studies recently. I got obviously better scores too. How Ran, I don't have much interest in studying, or I'd turn to boss for help as well. Qin Zixuan and Zhang Tianping, me too. Chu Peihan, it's already enough for me to go to school. I'll go crazy if I go to extra classes. Mu Ku, boss, could you help me with my studies? Although Mu Ku was among the top 20, his total score was far behind Gu Ning's. Even the top 2 in their grade were 50 points behind Gu Ning according to their total scores, because Gu Ning's total score neared the full score. Gu Ning, no problem, as long as I'm free. Gu Ning didn't think that she wasn't capable of helping a good student such as Mu Ku. Because she had her power, it was an undeniable truth that she was better than Mu Ku now. She would be low-key in front of outsiders, but she would be honest in front of her close friends. During the break, Gu Xiaoxiao avoided Qin Zheng, calling her cousin. She said that she had been beaten by Gu Ning and asked her cousin to teach Gu Ning a lesson for her. Gu Xiaoxiao's cousin was Lin Yuehao, who was a son of Gu Xiaoxiao's uncle. He hated studying and fooled around all day, so he stopped studying the moment he had graduated from his high school. Get the L test VLS at .o/v/e/l/by.co. He was now 21, but all he knew and cared about was entertainment. However, because he fooled around all day, he knew some gangsters. Thus Gu Xiaoxiao wanted him to help her ruin Gu Ning. Gu Xiaoxiao literally hated Gu Ning to the death, and she was a malicious girl herself. It was Gu Xiaoxiao who had actively humiliated Gu Ning from the very beginning, while Gu Ning only fought back for her and her family, but Gu Xiaoxiao was too selfish and envious to realize that. Gu Xiaoxiao didn't believe that Gu Ning was able to deal with those gangsters. Lin Yuehao was of course willing to help his cousin. Lin Yuehao was arrogant himself, so he didn't think that it was a big deal at all. He promised directly that he would handle it within 2 days. The last class was the head teacher's class. Gu Ning went to ask for a leave the minute the class was over. In the past, Zhang Chihua would lecture Gu Ning if she asked for a leave so often, but Gu Ning had done so well in this monthly test, so Zhang Chihua didn't reject. Although it was still a little hard for Zhang Chihua to believe it, Gu Ning had promised that she hadn't cheated, and the teacher who had been in the classroom had also testified for Gu Ning. She chose to believe Gu Ning for now, but Zhang Chihua also reminded Gu Ning not to be proud and keep studying hard. Gu Ning left her school, but she didn't go straight to Xinhua Real Estate. She went to the commercial building. It was time for a meal and for changing her outfit. Gu Ning planned to look mature just like she had in City G. She didn't want others to recognize her. This time, Gu Ning was wearing a professional suit. She had her hair in a bun with light makeup and glasses. She looked like one of the elite. Of course, she looked like a 25-year-old woman. Gu Ning arrived at Xinhua Real Estate by a taxi before 2 p.m. Xinhua Real Estate was located on the 7th floor in a large office building. It was around 700 square meters big with over 100 employees. Xinhua Real Estate wasn't a dominating empire, so it didn't have its own office building. And there was no need for them to use a whole office building, but the 7th floor was bought by Xinhua Real Estate. It belonged to Xinhua Real Estate. Gu Ning went up to the 7th floor. She told the worker in the reception that she was here to meet in Guangyao. Then Gu Ning followed the worker to the chairman's office. The minute Gu Ning walked in the office, and Guangyao was struck dumb. Wasn't Gu Ning supposed to be here? Who was this woman? And Guangyao frowned with displeasure. He asked, "May I know your name, please?" "Uncle Lin, I'm Gu Ning." Gu Ning smiled. "What?" Hearing that, and Guangyao rounded his eyes. He still couldn't believe his eyes. Gu Ning explained, "I didn't want others to recognize me, so I changed." It was Gu Ning's voice. And Guangyao then believed her. "You've changed a lot. If you didn't say a word, I would never have known that it was you." Gu Ning had told Guangyao not to tell others who the buyer of Xinhua Real Estate was before, so no one knew who the person that was going to buy Xinhua Real Estate was. However, no matter who the buyer was, Xinhua Real Estate only wanted adequate money. After a while, a lawyer who worked for Xinhua Real Estate arrived. At 1:55 p.m., 7 shareholders walked into the room continuously. When there was only 1 minute left, Guangyao along with Gu Ning and the lawyer went inside. Since Guangyao had already told them, Gu Ning didn't need to say it again. She only needed to sign the contract and transfer the money. It took around half an hour to finish all of this. Gu Ning was here today on behalf of the buyer. Other than Guangyao and the lawyer, no one knew her real identity. Gu Ning got Guangyao to collect all the shares under his name, then transfer them to her. No one would know who the person that bought Xinhua real estate was. Gu Ning paid 400 million yuan in total. 300 million yuan flew into the fund of Xinhua real estate, while the other 100 million yuan was used to buy all the shareholders' shares. In the end, Guangyao, who had owned 55% shares, now had 20%, and Gu Ning successfully took over 70% shares under her name. They left 10% shares in the market as usual. Xinhua's stock price had declined dramatically these days, but as long as money flew in, the price would go up at once. After signing the contract, Gu Ning, Guangyao and the lawyer went to the Industry and Commerce Bureau to transfer equities. Then, Guangyao went back to the company. Gu Ning also left. Gu Ning let Guangyao take full responsibility of the company, so he would deal with the following things. Those who wanted to buy Xinhua real estate had kept an eye on it. Thus they soon received the news that Xinhua real estate had already been bought. The minute the news went abroad, everybody who planned to buy Xinhua real estate at a low price felt disappointed. 400 million yuan actually wasn't a high price, but all of them wanted to pay a lower price than that. In the end, they had all lost the great opportunity. At the same time, some doubted that Xinhua real estate had been bought and thought that Guangyao had borrowed the money he needed because no one knew who the buyer was and Guangyao was still the chairman of Xinhua real estate. As for the shareholders who were all dismissed, everyone also believed that it was only because Guangyao wanted to fully be in charge of the company. No one knew that Guangyao had transferred the shares to Gu Ning. Anyway, Xinhua real estate stayed afloat. It wasn't 4 p.m. yet when Gu Ning left, and it was too early to go home. All of a sudden, Gu Ning thought of giving the gun back to Leng Xiaoting. She was free now, and intended to invite Leng Xiaoting out, but what should they eat? Gu Ning wanted to have an expensive meal. While she was thinking about that, she went to change her clothes and remove the makeup. After that, Gu Ning had an idea. She was going to eat lobsters and crabs. Then she called Leng Xiaoting. When Leng Xiaoting received Gu Ning's call, he had just gotten back to Fanghua Luxury Mansion with Su Jinchen. He hung up Gu Ning's call and told Su Jinchen to stop the car. He then asked him to get out directly. What? Su Jinchen was struck dumb. He had no idea what Leng Xiaoting was going to do. I have something to deal with and I need the car, Leng Xiaoting said. Why do you need to be in a hurry? Can't you drive me to my home first? Su Jinchen complained. Leng Xiaoting looked at ease. It didn't seem like something important was going to happen. No, it was an undeniable rejection. Su Jinchen had to get out then. Leng Xiaoting opened the door of the passenger seat, stepping outside. He passed the front of the car, sat in the driver's seat, and left directly, leaving Su Jinchen at the same place. It was Su Jinchen's car actually. Leng Xiaoting grabbed it from him. Gu Ning called Leng Xiaoting to meet in a seafood restaurant near the downtown. Gu Ning wasn't in the downtown, but wasn't not far away either. It took her 40 minutes to get there by walking. The appointed time was 5 p.m., so she planned to walk there. Unexpectedly, Leng Xiaoting arrived at the restaurant at 4:30 p.m. He was half an hour early. Leng Xiaoting didn't realize that he was half an hour early until he had arrived. Since when had he become so active? Even if he wanted the gun, he had to wait till 5 p.m. Anyway, he could only wait since he was already here. Leng Xiaoting stopped the car at the parking lot outside the restaurant. And he was waiting in the car glancing at his wristwatch to check the time once in a while. It was the first time that he had felt that the time passed so slowly. Around 4:40 p.m., Gu Ning finally appeared in Leng Xiaoting's sight. Although she was 50 meters away, he recognized her in the first look. When Leng Xiaoting noticed Gu Ning, his anxiety disappeared immediately. He didn't get out of the car until Gu Ning came near. Ling Xiaoting met Gu Ning face to face, like it was a coincidence. Gu Ning was stuck dumb for a second. She felt a little displeased. I didn't expect you to be here so early. I said that I'd give the gun back to you, and I will. You don't need to rush. This was the first time that someone had been unhappy because the other had arrived early for a date. Besides, Gu Ning was being slightly unreasonable now. Ling Xiaoting had arrived early, but he didn't force her to give the gun back to him right now. Well, it was mainly because Gu Ning still had a bad opinion towards Ling Xiaoting. She got displeased for no reason when she met him. Ling Xiaoting also disliked Gu Ning's words, but he didn't say anything because he was here for the gun after all. Gu Ning guided Ling Xiaoting, walking into the restaurant. They received many surprised looks. However, this time, those looks weren't for her, but for him. There is nothing to look at, Gu Ning said with annoyance. Ling Xiaoting frowned a little. He didn't like Gu Ning's attitude, nor the attention, but he couldn't stop others from staring at him. Gu Ning asked for a private room. She ordered lobsters, crabs, fish and so forth. The two sat across from each other, but no one said a word. Gu Ning looked at Ling Xiaoting. She liked his appearance, but she was unhappy that he was going to take the gun back. All of a sudden, an evil idea dawned on Gu Ning. She asked, I heard you don't like women? Hearing that, Ling Xiaoting was upset. Who told you that? He thought that it had to be Chen Meng, because Chen Meng had just met Gu Ning. It wasn't the first time that Ling Xiaoting had faced that question. He had been upset, but hadn't been nervous before, but now, he felt nervous. Facing Gu Ning, he was nervous for no reason. Probably he didn't want her to believe it. I don't want to tell you, Gu Ning said. It's not true, Ling Xiaoting explained. No, it was not true. Although he hadn't fallen in love with any woman yet, and he hadn't thought about that question either, he was sure that he liked women, not men. Then, the two fell into silence again. Before long, the dishes were on the table. Without hesitation, Gu Ning started to enjoying the meal, while Ling Xiaoting sat still. Why aren't you eating? Gu Ning asked. Actually, she didn't care whether he ate or not, but he kept looking at her. It was strange. I'm not hungry, Ling Xiaoting said. Well, am I too beautiful that you prefer to look at me instead of eating? Gu Ning joked. Hearing that, Ling Xiaoting was struck dumb for a second. He then realized that he had been absent-minded staring at Gu Ning. He panicked a little, but retorted, of course not. Gu Ning couldn't help but roll her eyes. She wasn't blind to miss that detail. However, Gu Ning didn't think that Ling Xiaoting had special feelings towards her, because she couldn't see any fondness in his eyes. Actually, Ling Xiaoting hadn't figured out what fondness was yet. He only felt that Gu Ning was pleasant to get along with, even though she didn't seem elegant while she was eating. After Gu Ning's reminder, Ling Xiaoting stopped staring at her. Gu Ning continued to eating without feeling uneasy. Although Gu Ning ate a lot, she still wasn't able to finish all the dishes. She had ordered for two, but Ling Xiaoting didn't eat at all. Thus half of the dishes were left on the table. Ling Xiaoting would be paying the bill after all, so Gu Ning didn't need to worry about that. After the meal, Gu Ning took out the gun, handing it to Ling Xiaoting. It's yours now. Don't follow me anymore. Ling Xiaoting looked at the gun, but he didn't take it back at once. Instead, he felt a little disappointed when Gu Ning told him not to follow her anymore. Suddenly, he was reluctant to take the gun back. What was happening to him? Do you want it or not? If you don't take it, I'll regret now. Seeing that Ling Xiaoting stayed still, Gu Ning lost her patience. She didn't know what was on his mind. He was the one who urged her to give the gun back to him, but now he wouldn't take it himself. "Do you really like this gun?" Ling Xiaoting asked. "Yeah, will you give it to me because I like it?" Gu Ning asked, but she didn't believe it. If he would give it to her because she liked it, he wouldn't spend so much effort on chasing it back. Nevertheless, why did he ask the question? Thinking about how Chen Meng hadn't defeated Gu Ning, Ling Xiaoting blurted it out, "I'll give you a chance. If you can persist for at least 10 minutes in a fight with me, I'll give it to you." Ling Xiaoting didn't realize what he had just said until he said it. However, he didn't regret it. Somehow, he believed that Gu Ning wouldn't do any illegal things with the gun. Most importantly, he wasn't willing to see her being unhappy. What? Hearing that, Gu Ning felt puzzled instead of happy. To persist for at least 10 minutes in a fight with him, and he would give the gun to her? However, he was the one who had said that it was illegal to hold a gun secretly as an ordinary citizen. Now he promised to give her a chance. What was wrong with him? Besides, Gu Ning knew that Ling Xiaoting was better than Chen Meng. She wasn't confident in being able to defeat him. All of a sudden, even Gu Ning, who had an agile mind, failed to understand. La test novls on, n, though by / co. Ling Xiaoting was dissatisfied to see Gu Ning's reaction. Didn't she want this gun badly? Noticing Ling Xiaoting's face, Gu Ning immediately got her mind back. No matter what Ling Xiaoting meant, she certainly wanted the gun. She answered without hesitation, "No problem. Where should we have the fight?" Ling Xiaoting was relieved to receive an affirmative answer. He said, "Fanghua Luxury Mansion, the gym and C-Zone." Then, Gu Ning followed Ling Xiaoting to leave for Fanghua Luxury Mansion. They parked the car in the underground parking lot before heading to the gym and C-Zone. Su Jinchen had a card in this gym, and Ling Xiaoting and Su Jinchen had come here several times these days. Thus the boss knew them and agreed to lend Ling Xiaoting the place for 10 minutes. It was the dinner time, so there weren't many people inside. Several men who were working out stopped to watch at once when they heard that Ling Xiaoting was going to have a fight with Gu Ning. A tall, strong man versus a slim, young teenager. No one believed that Gu Ning could win, but they also knew that they were competing for fun. The two were ready, and the game began. In the beginning, Gu Ning didn't use her full force, while Ling Xiaoting apparently didn't want to hurt her. Therefore, it was even. Those onlookers were all surprised to see Gu Ning wasn't weak at all. Appearance did lie. As the time went by, both of them started to hit heavily, but obviously, Gu Ning couldn't beat Ling Xiaoting. No matter how hard she hit, Ling Xiaoting was always able to do better than her. Gu Ning actually had no ambition to defeat Ling Xiaoting. She only hoped that she could still stand after 10 minutes. Thus, whenever she felt that she was out of strength, she used her power to enhance her ability. Therefore, it was also difficult for Ling Xiaoting to beat her down. Accordingly, Ling Xiaoting was astonished. Gu Ning was even better than he had believed. Ling Xiaoting didn't want to defeat Gu Ning. He didn't use his full force either. He only controlled Gu Ning secretly and prevented her from winning. Gu Ning wasn't dumb. She knew what Ling Xiaoting was doing, but she was confused by why he would do that. She couldn't help thinking that Ling Xiaoting liked her, so he pretended to be weak. 10 minutes passed quickly. Gu Ning didn't lose, so the gun was hers now. A round of applause sounded. Everyone looked at Ling Xiaoting and Gu Ning with admiration. They didn't know that Ling Xiaoting had pretended to be weak and allowed Gu Ning to take advantage of it. They had enjoyed the fight. It was like a Hollywood action movie. And they had fought against each other face to face, while those movies all relied on special effects. Why did you pretend to be weak? Gu Ning walked to Ling Xiaoting and asked him. Ling Xiaoting panicked a little. He didn't answer her question, but warned, "If I ever find out that you used the gun to hurt innocent people, I'll get you myself." After that, Ling Xiaoting ignored Gu Ning, stepping away directly. Gu Ning was aware that he panicked. Did he really like her? Gu Ning wasn't sure, but if it was really that, she wouldn't reject. She thought it was funny instead. Maybe because she appreciated his handsome appearance, or because she had good opinions towards military officers. In Gu Ning's eyes, Ling Xiaoting almost escaped away. Indeed, Ling Xiaoting left so fast because he panicked. Gu Ning didn't go back home, but instead went to school. She had only asked for a leave for this afternoon. When she got to school, it was 10 minutes away from the evening class. Gu Ning went straight to the head teacher's office. She planned to propose not attending the evening class from now on. In the beginning, the head teacher disagreed. It wouldn't be good for Gu Ning's study, but Gu Ning promised that she would keep on studying hard, so the head teacher agreed in the end. The head teacher also said that if she failed to be one of the top 10 after the next test, she had to attend the evening class then. Gu Ning agreed willingly. She now didn't worry about her studies at all. From afar, Gu Ning saw Yi walking around the door of her classroom. She knew that he must be here for her. And Yi must want to thank her for rescuing him. He didn't know about the deal between Gu Ning and his dad yet. The minute Yi saw Gu Ning, he wore a pleased face. "Hi, Gu Ning. How are you?" Gu Ning asked. "I'm fine now. I wanted to thank you for what you've done for me, but you were absent this afternoon. Would you please come to lunch with me tomorrow? I really want to thank you all. Please." Although Yi mainly wanted to thank Gu Ning and her friends, he also wanted to express his affection towards Gu Ning. "Sure," Gu Ning said. Gu Ning and Guangyao were close now. She wouldn't reject Yi for the sake of his father. Yi was thrilled to have Gu Ning's affirmative answer. "Great, then I'll come to you tomorrow noon." Then they said goodbye to each other. Most of the classmates inside saw Gu Ning talking with Yi. They also knew that Yi was chasing Gu Ning, so they thought that it was understandable, but Xiao Feifei and her friends were envious of Gu Ning. They couldn't accept the fact that Gu Ning, who had been poor and disliked by many, was now so popular. They actually didn't know Yi's background. If they had known that Yi was from a rich family, they would have hated Gu Ning to the death. Nonetheless, Yi's family business was different now, because the company that once belonged to his family was now Gu Ning's property. Luckily, Yi remained low profile, and not many people knew about his background. Besides, his family business almost went bankrupt this time. He also knew that someone had bought the company, but he had no idea who the buyer was. Therefore, Yi didn't believe that he was still a rich kid. Gu Ning went into the classroom. She told Mixi and other friends in the WeChat group that she wouldn't be attending the evening class from now on. Chu Peihan, Hao Ran, Qin Zixuan and Zhang Tianping went to school every day only because of Gu Ning. Since Gu Ning wouldn't be attending the evening class, they would do the same thing. Mu Ke and Mixi would follow the rules as usual. They planned to train in the afternoon in the future. As for the reason why Gu Ning wouldn't be attending the evening class, she simply explained that she didn't want to. Since she was the top one in their grade now, no one could blame her for being so casual. When Gu Ning got home in the evening, she also told her mom about her scores in this monthly test and her decision. Gu Man was happy to hear about it. Parents all wanted their children to be excellent and outstanding. Although Gu Man had never criticized or blamed Gu Ning for her bad performance in school, she was thrilled to see that her daughter had improved a lot. Gu Man supported Gu Ning not attending the evening class as well. She now completely believed in her daughter. When Gu Xiaoxiao got home, she told Gu Qingxiang and others about what had happened that morning. Gu Qingxiang was in a rage. He had to admit that Gu Ning's words made sense, but he hated Gu Ning for saying it in public. It was humiliating in his eyes. Gu Qingxiang ignored the fact that it was Gu Xiaoxiao who had gone to argue with Gu Ning first. Selfish people only cared about their feelings and treated others badly. Gu Qingxiang's entire family started to swear at Gu Ning. If it hadn't been for Gu Man not being willing to answer their calls, they would have called and sworn at them directly. They also didn't know Gu Ning's number. In fact, they hadn't supported Gu Ning for a single day, so they actually weren't in the position to slam Gu Ning. Gu Xiaoxiao didn't mention that Gu Ning was the top one in their grade in this monthly test. She had always been the best student in the Gu family, and she didn't want to be replaced. Even though Gu Ning had cut her connection with the Gu family, her family name was still Gu after all. The next day, Gu Ning left Zone Ji and met Su Jinchen. "Hey, morning." Su Jinchen greeted Gu Ning. "Good morning," Gu Ning said. "Are you going to school?" "Oh, I do miss my school days," Su Jinchen said when he noticed that Gu Ning was in her school uniform with a backpack. "I wish that I could get rid of my school days as soon as possible." "I want my freedom," Gu Ning said. "Haha, I understand. It is boring staying in the school all day, but once you need to find a job and earn money, you'll be stressed and miss your school days," Su Jinchen said. It was true. Most people started to miss their school days once they left school and tried making a living in society. Those who had a rich or powerful family would feel that it was easy, but those who didn't would be under great pressure. I agree. So even though I don't like studying, I will seize my chance to enjoy my school life. I don't want to regret it in the future, Gu Ning said. She disliked studying. It was time-consuming, but since she had been reborn, she wanted to live an ordinary life. She couldn't let the hatred get the best of her. She would get revenge and also enjoy her life. Gu Ning didn't talk with Su Jinchen for very long, because she had to go to school. After Gu Ning was gone, Leng Xiaoting appeared from other side. He glanced at Su Jinchen, but didn't say a word. Su Jinchen felt nervous at once. Why didn't Leng Xiaoting stop him from chatting with Gu Ning? Su Jinchen thought for a while, then asked Leng Xiaoting, "Xiaoting, what do you think of Gu Ning?" "What?" Leng Xiaoting said. Do you think that she would be a good girlfriend?" Su Jinchen asked again. "I don't know," Leng Xiaoting replied. He had no idea, because he didn't understand romantic relationships at all. Oh, Su Jinchen cleared his throat, then asked seriously, "Xiaoting, be honest with me. What is your relationship with her?" "Nothing," Leng Xiaoting said. "Really? Don't lie to my face. I am getting interested in Gu Ning now. If there is nothing between you two, I'm going to chase her," Su Jinchen said with sincerity. Leng Xiaoting stayed expressionless, but he felt displeased in his heart. He said unconsciously, "You don't match." "Why?" "No matter whether she is from a rich family or a powerful family, her family is hardly comparable with mine. Also, you know my family doesn't care about background, as long as I like her. Gu Ning is beautiful. I'm good-looking too. I'm also upright with a good job," Su Jinchen argued. Why didn't they match? Actually, Leng Xiaoting didn't know why himself, he just wanted Su Jinchen to stay away from Gu Ning. "Go with me to fulfill the task tomorrow," Leng Xiaoting ordered, then he left directly. What? Su Jinchen was shocked. No way. He still had 5 days off during this vacation, but he had to leave tomorrow? Boss, I haven't finished my vacation yet. You can't do that to me, Su Jinchen complained, catching up to Leng Xiaoting, but Leng Xiaoting ignored him. Boss, Su Jinchen almost cried. He didn't understand why Leng Xiaoting suddenly treated him so badly. Was it only because he wanted to chase Gu Ning? Leng Xiaoting had said that there was nothing between him and Gu Ning, so why wouldn't he allow Su Jinchen to chase her? When Gu Ning got near her school, several men dashed from out of a nearby van, all of a sudden. They stood in Gu Ning's way. Gu Ning's face changed immediately. How dared they stop her in the school? Students around them all ran away. They knew that something bad was about to happen. Those men looked like hoodlums who did bad things without thinking of the results. Someone took out a phone to record. No one knew if he was having fun or wanted to save it as proof and then hand it to the police. Those men surrounded Gu Ning, planning to pull Gu Ning into the car. School wasn't where they could hurt a student randomly. However, just as they approached Gu Ning, she began to hit them. She broke a man's nose with a fist. The man screamed in pain with blood around his nose. Before he could fight back, Gu Ning grabbed his hand. She lifted him, throwing him at another man. The second man was knocked down on the ground. Both of them felt greatly hurt, screaming in pain like pigs. Meanwhile, the third man secretly attacked Gu Ning from the back, but Gu Ning successfully escaped his attack just as the third man almost touched her. Then she raised her knee, hitting the man directly in his stomach. The third man immediately covered his stomach with his hands. Gu Ning kicked him down to the floor without hesitation. There were two men still standing. It had happened too fast, so they didn't have time to retreat. Gu Ning threw her backpack into the air, dashing to one of them, and hit him in the face. As for the last man, Gu Ning caught his hand and snapped it easily. The man was in severe pain, screaming loudly. Up.dfrm no/v/e/lb/i n.co/m. The onlookers were all shocked by the scene. Someone recognized Gu Ning, and the student who was recording immediately uploaded the video to the forum with the title "Goddess Gu showed her extraordinary power again, 1 vs 5. Who sent you here? Gu Ning asked angrily. No, no one, the man answered. Really? Gu Ning apparently didn't believe it. She pressed the man's hand with more force. The man almost cried. The others didn't dare to come up and stop her, but they did threaten her. One of them said, "Let him go. We're from the Qing gang. If you dare to have bad blood with us, you'll be unable to bear the consequences of failure." Qing gang? Gu Ning frowned slightly. Qing gang again. Was it Li Zhenjin? However, Li Zhenjin was in City G now. She probably wouldn't be able to hurt Gu Ning in City F. Then who would behind this? Gu Xiaoxiao, Chen Xiao, Xiao Feifei, or Qin Jing? Except for those names, Gu Ning couldn't think of any others. At the same time, those students all drew in a deep breath when they heard that those hoodlums were from the Qing gang. So what? The Qing gang can randomly kidnap people? Gu Ning sneered. She didn't seem scared at all. She was too annoyed to be afraid now. Everyone was surprised that Gu Ning wasn't afraid of the Qing gang. Those hoodlums suddenly didn't know what to say. Meanwhile, someone uploaded more videos titled "A female student beats down 5 men from the Qing gang." Gu Ning added, "I'll give you one chance. You either tell me who is behind this, or I'll call the police." Hearing that, those hoodlums looked terrified. Although they were from the Qing gang, they weren't important at all. Their boss had also warned them. If they dared to cause any trouble, the Qing gang wouldn't help them. Of course, if they stayed quiet, they would be safe. During these years, they had done many bad things. However, they also knew who they could bully and who they should stay away from. Lin Yuehao had told them that this female student was merely a poor kid, and they would be fine. However, now it seemed totally different. Those hoodlums didn't think that Lin Yuehao had lied to them, because once they were in trouble, Lin Yuehao couldn't get away with it either. If Gu Ning called the police, they could end up in jail. It was impossible for them to run away now. Therefore, they were about to tell Gu Ning who was behind this. Right at that moment, there was a noise in the van. Gu Ning immediately kicked the man in her hand away. She then went to the van and opened its door. In the car, Lin Yuehao was nervous that those hoodlums would tell Gu Ning that he was behind this, but he accidentally made some noise and was discovered by Gu Ning. When Gu Ning saw Lin Yuehao, she knew who was behind this without asking. She had only met Lin Yuehao several times, but she had never had an argument with him. He must have done this for Gu Xiaoxiao. All new chapters nnv.bin.com. Those hoodlums were actually going to betray Lin Yuehao, so seeing that he exposed himself, they were all relieved. They were close after all. It was difficult for them to betray him, but if they had to choose between themselves and Lin Yuehao, they definitely would choose themselves. It's not me. It's Gu Xiaoxiao who asked me to do this. Please forgive me and punish her. Lin Yuehao was a hoodlum, but he was also a coward. He would yield to those with power. He even betrayed his cousin. Gu Ning had shocked all of them, and no one dared to irritate her now. At the same time, there was another post that appeared in their school forum titled "The Man alleges that Gu Xiaoxiao is behind this." Gu Ning took out her phone to record. With the camera aimed at Lin Yuehao, she asked coldly, "Say it again. Who asked you to hurt me? Why did she do that? And what did she ask you to do to me?" Facing Gu Ning's phone, Lin Yuehao hesitated. He knew that once Gu Ning recorded what he said, he couldn't deny it anymore. It would ruin his relationship with Gu Xiaoxiao, but Lin Yuehao felt threatened and terrified under the pressure from Gu Ning. He had to say it out, "It's Gu Xiaoxiao. She called me and said that you'd beaten her. She wanted us to rape you." To rape her? Hearing that, everyone was shocked. Gu Xiaoxiao was so malicious. Although the times were different now and no one would criticize a girl who had sex before she got married, but rape was evil. If a girl was raped by strangers, her life would be ruined. No one could bear the result. Gu Ning let them go in the end, not because she forgave them, but because she couldn't beat them to death after all. If they were dead under her hands, she had to take the responsibility. If she called the police, they would probably be in jail for several days at the most. She would also be punished for fighting. Thus she ended it for now. As for Gu Xiaoxiao, Gu Ning would let her pay for it. Gu Ning uploaded the video to the forum. Within several minutes, the video went viral on the internet. After watching the videos, everyone was astonished. "Wow, my almighty goddess Gu! She beat down 5 men outside our school within minutes." Where? On the school forum. Jesus, she is so awesome. Gu Xiaoxiao also noticed that her scheme went public. When she found out that Gu Ning could easily beat those hoodlums down, she was extremely upset. Meanwhile, she was nervous that she would be exposed. Qin Jing frowned tightly with mixed emotions. He didn't know whether he felt disappointed to see that Gu Ning was safe, or whether he was concerned about her safety. Of course, he had no idea that Gu Xiaoxiao was behind this. He only felt confused about whom Gu Ning had bad blood with. Who is behind this? 5 hoodlums attacked Gu Ning at the same time. Zhang Yiming asked, puzzled. Who knows? Unfortunately, she has survived. I dislike her being so proud, Fu Mingliang said. Wow, she is so confident. She isn't even afraid of the Qing gang. Exactly. I admire her. I think she is being arrogant. I don't believe that she can beat the Qing gang. She's doomed. It was the Qing gang. Qing gang was one of the 2 largest gangs in this country. No one dared to annoy them. Let alone ordinary people, even powerful officials weren't willing to mess with them, but when everyone watched the video about Gu Xiaoxiao, they rounded their eyes again. All the classmates looked to Gu Xiaoxiao with one accord in amazement, while Gu Xiaoxiao's face turned pale. Her hands trembled, and her phone fell on the desk. Xiaoxiao, Qin Jing opened his mouth, but failed to ask the question. It was so astonishing and unacceptable. Even though there were many people with the same name, there was only one Gu Xiaoxiao in their school who had bad blood with Gu Ning. It wasn't difficult for Qin Jing to believe it. Besides, Gu Xiaoxiao was in a panic. It was the first time Qin Jing had found that Gu Xiaoxiao was so strange, so evil and so vicious. He couldn't help but think that if he hurt her someday in the future, would she punish him the same way? Gu Xiaoxiao was bad-tempered in daily life. She loved to bully Gu Ning, but she mostly humiliated her by words only. However, Qin Jing admitted that he wasn't a good person himself, but he never thought about hiring hoodlums to ruin someone for him. Both Zhang Yiming and Fu Mingliang also felt that Gu Xiaoxiao was so strange and so evil now. No, it's not me. Not me. It's slander. Gu Xiaoxiao immediately retorted. She couldn't admit it. Once she admitted it, her reputation would be ruined. Although she denied it, her face and reaction betrayed her, but just as she finished, a voice sounded. Say it again. Who asked you to hurt me? Why did she do that? And what did she ask you to do to me? It was a female voice. They all knew that it was Gu Ning. Then it was a man's voice. I. After a few seconds, the man continued, It's Gu Xiaoxiao. She called me and said that you'd beaten her. She wanted us to rape you. Hearing that, everyone took a long breath in. They looked at Gu Xiaoxiao in horror. To everyone's surprise, Gu Xiaoxiao was such an evil person. Qin Jing knew that Lin Yuehao was Gu Xiaoxiao's cousin. The minute he heard his voice, he knew that it must have been Lin Yuehao. He then watched the video. He was right. No, it's not me. Not me. It's slander. Gu Xiaoxiao refused to admit it. Others probably had doubts, but Qin Jing knew clearly that Gu Xiaoxiao's cousin had betrayed her, which made it more reliable. Besides, Gu Xiaoxiao appeared panicked. No one could ignore it, and most of them started to believe that Gu Xiaoxiao was behind all of this. At the same time, Xiao Feifei and Chen Ziyao also heard the news. Although they were disappointed that Gu Ning hadn't been hurt at all, they were happy to see that Gu Ning had bad blood with the Qing gang. Chen Ziyao understood that Gu Ning wouldn't let Gu Xiaoxiao get away with it, so she didn't dare to stay with Gu Xiaoxiao now. Visit en Velben. CM for EU ovals. Chu Pei Han, Mu Ku and others went back to their classrooms after they finished training. On the way, Hao Ran took out his phone noticing the videos going viral on the internet. What the F***CK? How dare that Gu Xiaoxiao turn to the Qing gang for help to hurt our boss? What? Gu Xiaoxiao turned to the Qing gang for help to hurt our boss? Hearing that, they were all surprised. They immediately gathered around Hao Ran and watched the videos. No one was pleased to see those videos. Some felt annoyed about what Gu Xiaoxiao had done to Gu Ning, while some was terrified of the Qing gang. Except for Chu Pei Han. She was more than annoyed now. Although the Qing gang was powerful, it wouldn't allow its members to do such immoral things, but some of those shameless hoodlums still did it secretly. And their aim was Gu Ning, which was totally unacceptable in Chu Peihan's eyes. Chu Peihan resent those videos to her older brother at once, and let him deal with it. Chu Xianfeng was an important figure besides Siti. He was the leader of the Zhuke group, which was the information center of the Qing gang. Even though they were all mad, they were also astonished and excited to see that Gu Ning beat those men down easily. They all had the same idea in mind. "Let's stand up for our boss," Hao Ran said. "Sure," others agreed. Before long, they went straight to the teaching building. They didn't doubt whether Gu Xiaoxiao was innocent or not, because it was so obvious that Gu Ning had sent out the video, in which Lin Yuehao betrayed Gu Xiaoxiao. If it wasn't true, Gu Ning would not do that. They trusted Gu Ning. Knowing that Gu Ning was fine, they didn't go to find her. All the students were scared of them and stepped aside when they walked by. "Mixi, if you don't want to be involved in trouble, you can go back to your classroom. We won't blame you," Haoran said to Yu Mixi on the way. They all understood that Yu Mixi was different from them. They weren't afraid to cause trouble, but Yu Mixi was always a good, quiet student. They didn't want her to get in trouble too. "Indeed, Mixi, don't feel you have to do this," Mu Ke added. "No, I'll go with you all." Although Yu Mixi was truly worried about getting in trouble, she made up her mind to stand with her friends. Gu Ning treated her so well. She couldn't be so selfish at this moment. Even though she probably wouldn't be very helpful, she wanted to show where she stood. Hao Ran and the others didn't insist. Chu Xianfeng soon discovered the videos sent by Chu Peihan. He had witnessed Gu Ning defeat 4 grow-up men, so he wasn't very surprised to find out that she had beaten down those 5 hoodlums, but he was also irritated that someone went to rape Gu Ning for a bit of money. Luckily, they had failed. They had failed only because Gu Ning wasn't weak. If Gu Ning had been a weak girl, she probably would have been ruined already. Chu Xianfeng had good feelings towards Gu Ning. His younger sister and Gu Ning were close friends as well. Chu Peihan was willing to send those videos to him and let him deal with it. It proved that Gu Ning meant a lot to Chu Peihan. Therefore, Chu Xianfeng had to handle it well. Of course, even if not for Gu Ning, Chu Xianfeng wouldn't allow his people to damage the Qing gang's reputation either. Such immoral deeds would hugely damage the Qing gang's reputation, so Chu Xianfeng couldn't ignore it. Without delay, Chu Xianfeng asked his men to investigate. He wanted to know whether those hoodlums were from the Qing gang and who their direct boss was. There were so many people in the Qing gang that Chu Xianfeng didn't know every one of them. He was only familiar with the management and those key figures. If they weren't from the Qing gang and only used the Qing gang's influence to do bad things, he could punish them gently. However, if they were from the Qing gang, they disobeyed the rules and would be punished severely according to the principles of the Qing gang. Chu Xianfeng knew that it wasn't convenient for Chu Peihan to receive calls since she sent those videos to him through WeChat. Thus he didn't call her. In the first classroom, everyone was stunned when Chu Peihan, Hao Ran and others suddenly dashed inside. Those who recognized them knew that they must be here to cause Gu Xiaoxiao trouble. And those who didn't know their relationship with Gu Ning also understood that something terrible was going to happen, but they had no sympathy for Gu Xiaoxiao. Some even gloated, especially the girls. Qin Jing had many admirers, but his girlfriend was Gu Xiaoxiao. Many girls hated Gu Xiaoxiao because of that. Seeing that Gu Xiaoxiao was in trouble now, they couldn't help but gloat. Besides, what Gu Xiaoxiao had done was literally unacceptable. Gu Xiaoxiao knew that they were here for her. She was scared. Except for Zhang Tianping and Yu Mixi, she didn't dare to have bad blood with any of the rest. She was trembling in terror, and was eager to escape back to her home, but she couldn't. Chu Peihan was the first one who ran to Gu Xiaoxiao, slapping her across her face loudly. Everyone was shocked. Gu Xiaoxiao was in great pain and annoyed. Although Gu Xiaoxiao was afraid of Chu Peihan, she didn't want to tolerate that. She snapped at Chu Peihan, "Chu Peihan, why did you hit me?" Gu Xiaoxiao's aim was Gu Ning, not Chu Peihan. Even though Chu Peihan and Gu Ning were close, she couldn't slap Gu Xiaoxiao for that. Gu Xiaoxiao was mad about it. Chu Peihan indeed wasn't Gu Xiaoxiao's aim, but she chose to stand up for Gu Ning. She did it on purpose. Meanwhile, Qin Jing, who was Gu Xiaoxiao's boyfriend, stayed quiet. He felt greatly disappointed by Gu Xiaoxiao, and he was also terrified of Chu Peihan and her friends. If Chu Peihan was here alone, he probably would say something, but Hao Ran and his brothers were here too. If he helped Gu Xiaoxiao, he would be involved. Qin Jing didn't want to be beaten by them. "Because you deserve it, Gu Xiaoxiao. How dare you hurt Gu Ning like that?" Chu Peihan raised her voice in anger. Hao Ran and other boys stood still, because Chu Peihan alone could handle the situation. Besides, they didn't want to hit a girl. "I didn't," Gu Xiaoxiao denied, even though no one believed her. She was so stupid to think that as long as she denied, she would be safe. "You didn't? We weren't born yesterday." Chu Peihan grabbed Gu Xiaoxiao's hair, sneering. "Let me go." Gu Xiaoxiao struggled in pain, but the harder she struggled, the greater the pain she was in. Her tears poured out. "No way." After that, Chu Peihan slapped her once more with a loud sound. Several slaps followed. Gu Xiaoxiao's cheeks swelled. She cried because of the pain. Visit en Velben, cm for EU ovals. Gu Xiaoxiao tried to struggle, but failed. In front of Chu Peihan, who had been practicing kung fu since she had been a young girl, Gu Xiaoxiao could only suffer. Qin Jing felt disappointed in Gu Xiaoxiao, but he also didn't want to see her suffering. He opened his mouth. "Chu Peihan, enough." Chu Peihan stopped, but not because of Qin Jing. She thought it was time to stop for a while, but her hand was still grabbing Gu Xiaoxiao's hair. Because Qin Jing opened his mouth to stop Chu Peihan, Hao Ran and the boys were annoyed. Chu Peihan shouted at Qin Jing, "Qin Jing, do you *King want to be beaten too?" If Gu Ning had been a weak girl, she would have been ruined already. After that, she could have committed suicide too. If so, Gu Xiaoxiao would be the killer. Qin Jing was stunned. Indeed, if something bad had ever happened to Gu Ning, Gu Xiaoxiao would have been the killer. She could have ended up in jail too. If Gu Ning had been the same weak girl that she had been before, she would have committed suicide. Qin Jing, if Gu Xiaoxiao had done such an immoral thing to your friends, or your families, would you let her go? Mu Ku said. Don't think that because they have failed Gu Xiaoxiao can get away with it. If Gu Ning calls the police, Gu Xiaoxiao could end up in jail for years, Hao Ran said. Hearing that, Gu Xiaoxiao's body shook in horror all of a sudden. No, she didn't want to go to jail. No, it was not me. Not me. Once Gu Xiaoxiao opened her mouth, her swollen cheeks pulled. She was in great pain, but insisted that she didn't do it. Jesus, Chu Peihan sneered. Gu Xiaoxiao was so shameless to deny the fact. The bell rang, and it was time for the class, but Chu Peihan and other didn't have time to retreat yet. Wang Qingqi, who was the head teacher of the first classroom, walked in. He saw what was happening right before his eyes. Wang Qingqi recognized Hao Ran and the others the minute he saw them. He knew that something must be wrong. After all, Hao Ran and the boys were notorious for causing trouble all day. What are you doing here? Wang Qingqi criticized them. Hearing Wang Qingqi's voice, all the students in the room sat back in their seats at once, except for Hao Ran and his friends. They glanced at Wang Qingqi airily. Before hearing the answer, Wang Qingqi noticed that Chu Peihan was grabbing Gu Xiaoxiao's hair. The latter's cheeks were red and swollen. Gu Xiaoxiao was weeping and could barely speak a word. Wang Qingqi was upset. Chu Peihan, let her go. Why did you beat her? Chu Peihan loosened her hand, staring at Wang Qingqi. She sneered. Because she deserves it. Please don't rush to blame me. You should check the hottest news on our school forum first. Hearing that, Wang Qingqi knew that it was complicated. He immediately pulled out his phone, checking the school forum. He read through the posts and videos. He was shocked by Gu Ning's extraordinary ability, then was mad at Gu Xiaoxiao's involvement. Although he wasn't sure that Gu Xiaoxiao was behind all of this, he wasn't able to deny it either. However, before solid proof was on the table, he tried his best to curb his anger. He questioned Gu Xiaoxiao, Gu Xiaoxiao, is it true? If so, Gu Xiaoxiao would be too vicious. What had Gu Ning done to Gu Xiaoxiao that made her be so cruel to Gu Ning? No, it's not true, Gu Xiaoxiao insisted, but she wasn't skillful enough to hide her real feelings. She panicked so obviously. Wang Qingqi was annoyed as well as disappointed. He had great anticipation for each one of his students in the first classroom. He felt hurt now. Seeing that Gu Xiaoxiao was in trouble now, they couldn't help but gloat. Besides, what Gu Xiaoxiao had done was literally unacceptable. Gu Xiaoxiao knew that they were here for her. She was scared. Except for Zhang Tianping and Yu Mixi, she didn't dare to have bad blood with any of the rest. She was trembling in terror, and was eager to escape back to her home, but she couldn't. Chu Peihan was the first one who ran to Gu Xiaoxiao, slapping her across her face loudly. Everyone was shocked. Gu Xiaoxiao was in great pain and annoyed. Although Gu Xiaoxiao was afraid of Chu Peihan, she didn't want to tolerate that. She snapped at Chu Peihan, why did you hit me? Gu Xiaoxiao's aim was Gu Ning, not Chu Peihan. Even though Chu Peihan and Gu Ning were close, she couldn't slap Gu Xiaoxiao for that. Gu Xiaoxiao was mad about it. Chu Peihan indeed wasn't Gu Xiaoxiao's aim, but she chose to stand up for Gu Ning. She did it on purpose. Meanwhile, Qin Jing, who was Gu Xiaoxiao's boyfriend, stayed quiet. He felt greatly disappointed by Gu Xiaoxiao, and he was also terrified of Chu Peihan and her friends. If Chu Peihan was here alone, he probably would say something, but Hao Ran and his brothers were here too. If he helped Gu Xiaoxiao, he would be involved. Qin Jing didn't want to be beaten by them. Because you deserve it, Gu Xiaoxiao. How dare you hurt Gu Ning like that? Chu Peihan raised her voice in anger. Hao Ran and other boys stood still, because Chu Peihan alone could handle the situation. Besides, they didn't want to hit a girl. I didn't, Gu Xiaoxiao denied, even though no one believed her. She was so stupid to think that as long as she denied, she would be safe. You didn't? We weren't born yesterday. Chu Peihan grabbed Gu Xiaoxiao's hair, sneering. Let me go. Gu Xiaoxiao struggled in pain, but the harder she struggled, the greater the pain she was in. Her tears poured out. No way. After that, Chu Peihan slapped her once more with a loud sound. Several slaps followed. Gu Xiaoxiao's cheeks swelled. She cried because of the pain. Visit Velben. cm for EU ovals. Gu Xiaoxiao tried to struggle, but failed. In front of Chu Pei Han, who had been practicing kung fu since she had been a young girl, Gu Xiaoxiao could only suffer. Qin Jing felt disappointed in Gu Xiaoxiao, but he also didn't want to see her suffering. He opened his mouth. Chu Pei Han, enough. Chu Pei Han stopped, but not because of Qin Jing. She thought it was time to stop for a while, but her hand was still grabbing Gu Xiaoxiao's hair. Because Qin Jing opened his mouth to stop Chu Pei Han, Hao Ran and the boys were annoyed. Chu Pei Han shouted at Qin Jing, do you King want to be beaten too? If Gu Ning had been a weak girl, she would have been ruined already. After that, she could have committed suicide too. If so, Gu Xiaoxiao would be the killer. Qin Jing was stunned. Indeed, if something bad had ever happened to Gu Ning, Gu Xiaoxiao would have been the killer. She could have ended up in jail too. If Gu Ning had been the same weak girl that she had been before, she would have committed suicide. Qin Jing, if Gu Xiaoxiao had done such an immoral thing to your friends, or your families, would you let her go? Mu Ku said. Don't think that because they have failed Gu Xiaoxiao can get away with it. If Gu Ning calls the police, Gu Xiaoxiao could end up in jail for years, Hao Ran said. Hearing that, Gu Xiaoxiao's body shook in horror all of a sudden. No, she didn't want to go to jail. No, it was not me. Not me. Once Gu Xiaoxiao opened her mouth, her swollen cheeks pulled. She was in great pain, but insisted that she didn't do it. Jesus, Chu Pei Han sneered. Gu Xiaoxiao was so shameless to deny the fact. The bell rang, and it was time for the class, but Chu Pei Han and other didn't have time to retreat yet. Wang Qingqi, who was the head teacher of the first classroom, walked in. He saw what was happening right before his eyes. Wang Qingqi recognized Hao Ran and the others the minute he saw them. He knew that something must be wrong. After all, Hao Ran and the boys were notorious for causing trouble all day. What are you doing here? Wang Qingqi criticized them. Hearing Wang Qingqi's voice, all the students in the room sat back in their seats at once, except for Hao Ran and his friends. They glanced at Wang Qingqi airily. Before hearing the answer, Wang Qingqi noticed that Chu Pei Han was grabbing Gu Xiaoxiao's hair. The latter's cheeks were red and swollen. Gu Xiaoxiao was weeping and could barely speak a word. Wang Qingqi was upset. Chu Pei Han, let her go. Why did you beat her? Chu Pei Han loosened her hand, staring at Wang Qingqi. She sneered. Because she deserves it. Please don't rush to blame me. You should check the hottest news on our school forum first. Hearing that, Wang Qingqi knew that it was complicated. He immediately pulled out his phone, checking the school forum. He read through the posts and videos. He was shocked by Gu Ning's extraordinary ability, then was mad at Gu Xiaoxiao's involvement. Although he wasn't sure that Gu Xiaoxiao was behind all of this, he wasn't able to deny it either. However, before solid proof was on the table, he tried his best to curb his anger. He questioned Gu Xiaoxiao, is it true? If so, Gu Xiaoxiao would be too vicious. What had Gu Ning done to Gu Xiaoxiao that made her be so cruel to Gu Ning? No, it's not true, Gu Xiaoxiao insisted, but she wasn't skillful enough to hide her real feelings. She panicked so obviously. Wang Qingqi was annoyed as well as disappointed. He had great anticipation for each one of his students in the first classroom. He felt hurt now. What Gu Xiaoxiao had done went overboard. It was too influential to ignore. Even though he wanted to help Gu Xiaoxiao, his hands were tied. Not only Gu Ning, but also the other students in their school were waiting for an explanation. Their school's reputation could also be affected if that thing couldn't be handled properly. Chu Pei Han, Gu Xiaoxiao, you two follow me to the academic affairs office. He as an ordinary teacher couldn't handle it himself. He could only bring them to the Academic Affairs Office and hand them over to the leader of the Academic Affairs Office. Although it was Gu Xiaoxiao's fault, Chu Peihan was also wrong to beat her. They both needed to go to the Academic Affairs Office. As for Hao Ran and others, they hadn't done anything, so they wouldn't be punished. "You all go back to your classrooms now," he said. Hao Ran and others unconsciously glanced at Chu Peihan with worry. Chu Peihan stayed calm. She gave them a knowing glance. She was used to visiting the Academic Affairs Office and couldn't care less about it. Once Hao Ran and others understood that Chu Peihan would be fine, they went back to their classrooms. Gu Xiaoxiao was reluctant to go to the Academic Affairs Office, but she had to. "Gu Xiaoxiao is injured. Please take her to the infirmary first," someone said. Hearing that, Wang Qingqi then realized he should take Chu Peihan and Gu Xiaoxiao to the infirmary firstly. When they had just left the teaching building, they met Gu Ning by accident. Gu Ning was surprised to see Chu Peihan and Gu Xiaoxiao, who had red, swollen cheeks, but she soon figured out what had happened. She had no sympathy for Gu Xiaoxiao. She only felt touched because Chu Peihan had done that for her. Gu Ning was slightly concerned that Chu Peihan would be in trouble. And they had been caught by the head teacher right on time. It seemed that Chu Peihan understood what was on Gu Ning's mind. She rolled her eyes, like she didn't care about it at all. When Gu Xiaoxiao met Gu Ning, there was still unkindness in her eyes. Chu Peihan glared at her and Gu Xiaoxiao immediately lowered her head. Wang Qingqi was the head teacher of the first classroom. He had also taught Chinese in other classrooms for 2 years. He remembered every student in his classes, including Gu Ning. When he saw Gu Ning, he had mixed emotions. Gu Ning was the victim, but he still didn't know what Gu Ning had done to Gu Xiaoxiao that made her be so cruel to Gu Ning. He wasn't willing to jump to the conclusion that Gu Ning was innocent, while Gu Xiaoxiao was vicious. No one would commit a crime out of the blue. "Gu Ning, follow us to the Academic Affairs Office," Wang Qingqi said. "Sure," Gu Ning answered without hesitation. On the way, Chu Peihan and Gu Ning kept contacting each other with their eyes. Since Wang Qingqi was here, they couldn't talk. Wang Qingqi called the head teachers of the second classroom and fourth classroom to the Academic Affairs Office. Wang Qingqi told them that Chu Peihan had slapped Gu Xiaoxiao, and something terrible had happened to Gu Ning. He also told them to read the posts about Gu Ning on the forum. When Zhang Qihua read through the posts, she had the same reaction as everyone else. She was first shocked by Gu Ning's extraordinary ability, then scared by the Qing gang, and annoyed by Gu Xiaoxiao's involvement at the end. She was also curious about what Gu Ning had done to Gu Xiaoxiao that made her be so cruel to Gu Ning, but she could only run to the Academic Affairs Office to find the truth. Gu Xiaoxiao's cheeks were still red and swollen. Luckily, she would be fine soon with ointment. Although she was injured, she couldn't leave right away, because she needed to face what she had done. Later, they went to the Academic Affairs Office. The leader of the Academic Affairs Office was a 50-year-old man named Xu Jian. He was upright to some extent. He would yield to power and protected himself, but if the power was absent, he would be fair. It was understandable actually. Of course, he wouldn't hurt people on his own initiative either. He was going to adjudicate in this mess. Wang Qingqi arrived at the Academic Affairs Office with Gu Ning and others. Xu Jian glanced at Chu Peihan and Gu Xiaoxiao, who had red swollen cheeks. He immediately knew that it must have been Chu Peihan who had slapped Gu Xiaoxiao and had been caught by Wang Qingqi. Xu Jian was helpless now, because he could do nothing about Chu Peihan. In this school, he was one of the few people who were aware of Chu Peihan's powerful background. She had the gang to support her, which was the reason why she could still stay in the school even after she had been punished countless times. Chu Pei Han, couldn't you be quiet for a little while? Zhu Jian criticized, but while still being gentle. Sir, not this time. Gu Xiaoxiao deserves it. Chu Pei Han argued with anger. She wasn't afraid of Zhu Jian, but she showed her respect. Zhu Jian was annoyed. Chu Pei Han used the same excuse every time she punched other students. He knew Chu Pei Han liked to make a big fuss over a minor issue. Wang Qingqi was a little embarrassed. He said, "Please read those posts and watch the videos on our school forum first." Wang Qingqi didn't know how to explain it himself. It was so humiliating. Thus he directly advised Zhu Jian to read and watch the posts and videos. Zhu Jian knew that there was the hottest news on their school forum, so he immediately checked it. Title: Almighty Goddess Gu beats down 5 men within minutes. Video. Title: A female student beats down 5 men from the Qing gang. Video. Title: The man alleges Gu Xiaoxiao is behind this. Video. Title: A fierce fight outside our school, the leading man betrays. Video. Reading the headlines, Zhu Jian was so mad that he almost couldn't breathe normally. His cold sight fell on Gu Xiaoxiao. Gu Xiaoxiao was trembling in fear. So was Wang Qingqi. Only Gu Ning and Chu Pei Han weren't affected. If what had happened was true, Gu Xiaoxiao would be in big trouble. To figure out what exactly had happened, Zhu Jian clicked the videos open to watch them according to the timeline. He was shocked to see that Gu Ning, a girl alone, beat down 5 grown-up men. Before Zhu Jian could finish all the videos, the head teachers of the 2nd and 4th classrooms were already there, but they didn't interrupt Zhu Jian. The head teacher of the 2nd classroom was a man in his early 30s. His name was Jiang Yuan. He had no idea about the videos, so didn't know the details. He only knew that Chu Pei Han had slapped Gu Xiaoxiao. However, Jiang Yuan didn't know what to do with Chu Pei Han's hobby of fighting with other students either. Chu Pei Han wouldn't change unless she wanted to. Other than the principal and Zhu Jian, Jiang Yuan also knew about Chu Pei Han's background in their school. The principal had told Jiang Yuan not to annoy Chu Pei Han and to ignore all her repeated absences from classes. Although Jiang Yuan was unhappy in the beginning, especially because Chu Pei Han loved to be late and absent, he got to know her character gradually. Chu Pei Han was the kind of student who wouldn't get in fights unless others irritated her. In addition, Chu Pei Han was always one of the top 50 in her grade and one of the top 10 in her class. Therefore, Jiang Yuan didn't have much prejudice towards her, but he still had no idea how to handle such a troublesome student. After Jiang Yuan arrived, he glared at Chu Pei Han. The latter shrugged, like she didn't care about it at all. Zhang Qiuhua knew some of the details. She looked to Gu Ning with doubts. Gu Ning immediately wore an innocent face. Zhang Qiuhua basically believed that it wasn't Gu Ning's fault. While Zhu Jian was watching the video in which Lin Yuehao betrayed Gu Xiaoxiao, he was more than annoyed. Jiang Yuan also heard the talk from the video. Now, he finally understood what had happened and rounded his eyes in shock. If it was true, Gu Xiaoxiao was such an evil person. Jiang Yuan was aware that Chu Pei Han and Gu Ning were close. Accordingly, Chu Pei Han must have beaten Gu Xiaoxiao for Gu Ning. He was now reluctant to blame Chu Pei Han. Although she shouldn't have beaten Gu Xiaoxiao, what Gu Xiaoxiao had done was too immoral and illegal even. Find the new ST-ovals on n/velben.com. Zhu Jian hit the table with his hand loudly all of a sudden. Everyone was surprised. Gu Xiaoxiao, is what that man said true? Zhu Jian glared at Gu Xiaoxiao, questioning her with seriousness. No, it's not. It's not true. Gu Xiaoxiao was horrified now, but still refused to admit it, but she was too young to lie well. Gu Xiaoxiao, don't think you'll be fine just by denying it. The man is our witness, Chu Peihan mocked. Gu Xiaoxiao panicked and didn't know what to say. Tell me, why did you do it? Zhu Jian questioned. Gu Xiaoxiao lowered her head, remaining quiet. Since Gu Xiaoxiao refused to tell the truth, Zhu Jian could only turn to the victim. He asked, "Who is this goddess Gu?" Hearing that, Gu Ning felt a little embarrassed. She walked ahead. "It's me. I'm Gu Ning from the 4th classroom in the 12th grade." Zhu Jian was astonished to know that. "Gu Ning? Are you the Gu Ning who is the top one in this monthly test?" "Yes," Gu Ning answered. Gu Ning was suddenly famous these days. As the leader of the Academic Affairs Office, Zhu Jian had naturally heard of her. However, it wasn't the right time to talk about that now. Zhu Jian then asked, "Gu Ning, do you have a grudge with Gu Xiaoxiao?" Like the man said, "I've slapped Gu Xiaoxia, but I did it for a reason. Gu Xiaoxiao has humiliated me and my mother continuously. It's an open secret now. All the students in the 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th classrooms know about it," Gu Ning explained with honesty. Since Gu Ning said so, Zhu Jian was likely to believe her. Gu Xiaoxiao had humiliated Gu Ning and Gu Ning's mother first, so it wasn't a big deal that Gu Ning had slapped Gu Xiaoxiao. However, if Gu Xiaoxiao turned to the Qing gang for help to ruin Gu Ning just because of that, Gu Xiaoxiao was the one to blame. "How do you know that the man was telling the truth?" Zhu Jian asked Gu Ning. He wasn't protecting Gu Xiaoxiao, but he wanted to have solid proof. "Because the man who betrayed Gu Xiaoxiao is her cousin. If it doesn't prove anything, I can only turn to the police for help," Gu Ning replied. "No." The minute Gu Xiaoxiao heard the words "the police," she got nervous. Now, there was no need to argue any further. Gu Xiaoxiao's reaction explained everything. If she hadn't done it, she wouldn't be so terrified to see the police. However, Gu Xiaoxiao still refused to admit or apologize. She threatened instead, "Gu Ning, if you dare to call the police, my dad will never let you get away with it." "Enough!" Zhu Jian shouted at her in anger, "Gu Xiaoxiao, you haven't shown any sign of regret after you've done such a horrible thing. Now you even threaten the victim. How shameless are you?" Not only Zhu Jian, but the other 3 teachers also felt greatly disappointed and angry at Gu Xiaoxiao's behavior. Gu Xiaoxiao was very academic. She was one of the top 40 in her grade, and was very likely to get into a prestigious school. She could be in honor of her high school, but her character was so terrible. "Professor Wang, please call Gu Xiaoxiao's parents and tell them to take her back home. Our school can't allow her to study here any longer," Zhu Jian ordered. He was going to expel Gu Xiaoxiao. "No, please, Gu Xiaoxiao was considerably anxious. She wanted to say something, but didn't know what to say. She wasn't willing to admit what she had done. "Yes, sir," Wang Qingqi didn't dare to disobey Zhu Jian's order. He also didn't want to protect a criminal against his principles. Besides, if Gu Ning called the police, Gu Xiaoxiao could end up in jail, or have a criminal history. The school's reputation would be affected if she stayed. "Gu Ning, say something for me. Aren't you fine now?" Gu Xiaoxiao yelled at Gu Ning. She still had no intention to apologize. Before Gu Ning said a word, Chu Peihan was mad. "Gu Xiaoxiao, you're indeed shameless. Ning is fine only because she isn't weak. If she hadn't successfully beaten down those hoodlums, she would have been ruined. Shut your mouth now. Otherwise I'll punch you silent." Chu Peihan threatened Gu Xiaoxiao, but none of the teachers stopped her. Because Chu Peihan was right. If Gu Ning hadn't successfully beaten down those hoodlums, she would have been ruined already. Gu Xiaoxiao had to take the responsibility. Gu Xiaoxiao, I didn't call the police and send you to jail. That's the best I can do. You should be thankful that you're from the Gu family. I'll save your face only for the sake of my mother. Besides, your behavior affects our school's reputation badly. It's impossible for you to stay, Gu Ning said. She believed that she had shown her mercy already. Gu Xiaoxiao couldn't retort, although she still refused to face it. Outside, Wang Qingqi called Gu Qingxiang. Gu Qingxiang saw that it was Wang Qingqi's call. He unconsciously thought that Xiaoxiao probably made some mistakes. Hi, Professor Wang, Gu Qingxiang immediately answered the call. Hi, Mr. Gu, the thing is your daughter Gu Xiaoxiao had a conflict with one of our students. She turned to the Qing gang for help to ruin that female student. Although the female student survived, we have decided to expel Gu Xiaoxiao. Please come to the school as soon as possible, Wang Qingqi said. What? Knowing that, Gu Qingxiang was totally struck dumb. It was so unbelievable. He understood that Gu Xiaoxiao had been naughty since she had been a little girl, but he never expected that she would do illegal things. She even turned to the Qing gang this time. Gu Qingxiang immediately went to the school. He didn't have time to ask who the student Gu Xiaoxiao had planned to ruin was. After that, except for Wang Qingqi and Gu Xiaoxiao, the rest all left. Gu Ning, I think that it's not enough that Gu Xiaoxiao only leaves the school, Chu Peihan said with disappointment. She didn't care about Jiang Yuan and Zhang Chihua who were walking ahead of her at all. Find the new ST-ovals on n/velben.com. Don't worry, if she continues to behave like that, she'll ruin herself one day in the future, Gu Ning said plainly. Jiang Yuan and Zhang Chihua only turned around and gave them a glance, but didn't say a word. They were right after all. Gu Ning, who was the victim, didn't get any compensation nor apologies. It was understandable that Chu Peihan felt angry for her. If the victim had been Chu Peihan, the thing wouldn't end so easily. Gu Ning's words also made sense. If Gu Xiaoxiao's character remained the same, she would ruin herself one day. When Jiang Yuan and Zhang Chihua turned their heads back, Gu Ning pulled out her phone. She opened WeChat typing down lines of words. Gu Ning showed them to Chu Peihan first, then sent them into the WeChat group. Gu Ning, spread the news that Gu Xiaoxiao turned to gangsters for help to rape a female student to every high school in our city. Force Gu Xiaoxiao to leave City F. However, don't say that the female student is me. Chu Peihan was cheered up a little. It was a piece of cake for them to spread the news. Although Hao Ran and others were in the middle of class, except for Mu Ke and Yu Mixi, they all played on their phones during the classes. Thus they read the message at once. They were also happy to hear that Gu Xiaoxiao was expelled. When Gu Ning was back in her classroom, she noticed that Xiao Feifei was gloating. Gu Ning was confused. She wasn't the one who was in trouble now. Why was Xiao Feifei gloating? Apparently, Gu Ning didn't think the Qing gang would revenge itself on her. In addition, Gu Ning had Chu Peihan to protect her. The Qing gang would certainly not revenge itself on Gu Ning. Before long, Gu Qingxiang arrived at the school. He didn't tell Lin Lijuan, but went to the school alone. Gu Xiaoxiao and Wang Qingqi were waiting for Gu Qingxiang in the academic affairs office. Gu Qingxiang had a quick temper. He was so mad at Gu Xiaoxiao's behavior, so he slapped Gu Xiaoxiao directly the minute he arrived without asking for the reason. Gu Xiaoxiao's red swollen cheeks were hurt once more. It was too painful for her to say a word. She was annoyed that Gu Qingxiang had slapped her, but she didn't dare to fight back, so she blamed Gu Ning for all of this. She thought that it was all Gu Ning's fault. Gu Ning was fine now. Why couldn't she forgive her? Gu Xiaoxiao was indeed rotten to the bone. It was her fault, but now she blamed Gu Ning for it. Gu Xiaoxiao, how dare you to do that? Gu Qingxiang raised his voice in anger. Compared with the fact that Gu Xiaoxiao had planned to ruin a female student, Gu Qingxiang was more annoyed that Gu Xiaoxiao had a connection with the Qing gang. He was worried that that connection would affect the Gu family. After that, Gu Qingxiang looked to Zhu Jian. He apologized, "I'm so sorry for what my daughter has done. It's my fault. I failed to teach her well as her parent. I'll take her away right now." The school had made the decision. Gu Qingxiang felt too ashamed to beg Zhu Jian to let Gu Xiaoxiao stay, but he was also curious about the reason why Gu Xiaoxiao wanted to ruin that female student. Thus he asked, "May I know what conflict my daughter has had with that student?" Gu Xiaoxiao has humiliated the student named Gu Ning and her mother, so Gu Ning slapped Gu Xiaoxiao, Zhu Jian said. Gu Ning? Hearing that, Gu Qingxiang wore a displeased face with a mixed emotions. However, he couldn't blame Gu Ning now. He disliked Gu Ning, but he only treated her like she was an outsider. He wanted to maintain a distance away from her, but he never had the thought to hurt them. Gu Qingxiang left with Gu Xiaoxiao later. They didn't even take the books in the classroom with them. On the way, Gu Qingxiang discovered Gu Xiaoxiao's cheeks were red and swollen. He felt regretful. Although he had slapped Gu Xiaoxiao in anger just then, he wouldn't allow others to slap his daughter. "Who caused the injuries on your face?" Gu Qingxiang asked in a low voice. "Gu Ning's friend," Gu Xiaoxiao said. Thinking of Chu Peihan, Gu Xiaoxiao was in a rage, but she could do nothing about it. It was obvious that Gu Ning's friend had slapped Gu Xiaoxiao for Gu Ning, but why was it Chu Peihan? Gu Qingxiang asked, "What's her background?" It seemed like he planned to fight back for Gu Xiaoxiao. "I don't know clearly. Her family seems powerful. She is absent from classes and fights all day, but the principal and teachers don't dare to expel her," Gu Xiaoxiao replied. That was the reason that Gu Xiaoxiao was scared of Chu Peihan. Gu Qingxiang was speechless. If so, he could do nothing. Gu Qingxiang was the kind of person who yielded to power and took advantage of the weak. Since the principal and teacher's hands were tied, he himself could only give up. A girl with a powerful background. Her family name was Chu. Gu Qingxiang thought a while, but he failed to think of any powerful family with the family name of Chu in City F. However, he also knew that there were many invisible powerful families in this city. It wasn't strange that he didn't know. Since the principal and teachers didn't know how to deal with Chu Peihan, she must be an important figure. Gu Qing gang could only change the topic. "How did you get to know the Qing gang?" "I don't. It's my cousin Lin Yuehao. I told him to teach Gu Ning a lesson," Gu Xiaoxiao replied. She didn't feel guilty at all when she said that. "Lin Yuehao? Haven't I warned you not to keep in touch with him? He'll harm your life sooner or later." Speaking of Lin Yuehao, Gu Qingxiang was annoyed. Lin Yuehao was merely a hoodlum who fooled around all day. If his family hadn't had many properties, he would have spoiled all the wealth his family had, but it would happen in the near future anyway. Because of Lin Yuehao, Gu Qingxiang didn't allow Lin Lijuan to contact the Lin family often. He didn't want to be involved in trouble caused by Lin Yuehao. "All right, you must stay obedient from now on. If it happens again, I won't take care of you. I'll send you to the number 1 or number 2 high school in City F later." The damage had been done, so Gu Qingxiang didn't want to criticize Gu Xiaoxiao for much longer. "Fine," Gu Xiaoxiao answered. Wang Qingqi went back to his class and told his students that Gu Xiaoxiao had been expelled. No one was surprised to hear that, because what Gu Xiaoxiao had done was even worse than an affray. Qin Jing had mixed emotions. He felt sorry for Gu Xiaoxiao, but he wasn't very sad. Probably because he didn't like Gu Xiaoxiao that much. He was only interested in her background. Meanwhile, he found himself with a growing affection towards Gu Ning. It would be better for him if Gu Xiaoxiao left. When Gu Qinxiang brought Gu Xiaoxiao home, Lin Lijuan and the old lady were both shocked by her face. They asked whether it was because of Gu Ning again, but before Gu Xiaoxiao could answer, Lin Lijuan swore at Gu Ning at once, so did the old lady. Get latest CHs on nvelbj/n.c/m. They believed that only Gu Ning dared to slap Gu Xiaoxiao till now. Enough! Close your mouth. Gu Qinxiang was displeased again to hear them arguing and swearing. He lost his patience and criticized, "It's not Gu Ning. Let Xiaoxiao rest first." What? It's not Gu Ning? Then who did it? Lin Lijuan was greatly surprised. Gu Qinxiang told Lin Lijuan and the old lady everything. The two stayed quiet after that. They were truly astonished by Gu Xiaoxiao's behavior. After a while, Lin Lijuan said, "Nevertheless, Gu Ning is fine now. Why does Xiaoxiao have to be expelled? She is a senior student, and it's very inappropriate to transfer right now." Shut your mouth. Xiaoxiao disobeyed the law. If Gu Ning had called the police, Xiaoxiao would have been put in jail. She's 18 already. Gu Qinxiang criticized. If not so, Gu Qinxiang wouldn't compromise. Hearing that, Lin Lijuan immediately shut her mouth. Gu Qinxiang didn't stay in his home for long. He went back to his company without delay. It was 10 a.m. already. Lin Lijuan wanted Gu Qinxiang to eat at home before he went back to his company, but Gu Qinxiang rejected. Gu Qinxiang always left early and came back late. Lin Lijuan felt aggrieved in her heart. They had to wait for a long time to have a meal together. Even their sexual life had to wait as well. In the beginning, Lin Lijuan had the doubt that Gu Qinxiang had a mistress, so he wasn't sexually active with her. She had investigated him several times, but failed to find any clues. She gave up the idea at the end. When Gu Qinxiang got back to his company, his female secretary immediately brought a cup of tea to his office. She was 25 years old, named Lu Yue. Although she was wearing large glasses, it wasn't hard to notice her beautiful features. Her tight suit skirt accentuated her charming figure. It was completely the allure of uniform. "Chairman Gu, here's your tea." Lu Yue handed the tea to Gu Qinxiang with respect, but she looked at Gu Qinxiang in a different way. Their relationship wasn't simple. Gu Qinxiang also stared at Lu Yue in a special way, especially when his sight fell on her ample bosom. His Adam's apple moved unconsciously. He was sexually excited all of a sudden. Apparently, they were having an affair. Exactly, Lu Yue was Gu Qinxiang's mistress. And she wasn't the first one. Gu Qinxiang was tired of Lin Lijuan a long time ago. Although she took good care of herself, she was hardly comparable with young girls. However, no matter how tired he was of Lin Lijuan, or how many mistresses he had, he wouldn't divorce her. First was because of their children, and the second was because he was too old to have a scandal. Besides, it was exciting to have an affair. He could also change his mistress as he liked. Lu Yue knew Gu Qinxiang wouldn't divorce and marry her, but that was exactly what she wanted. She was young and wasn't willing to marry an old man just for money. Gu Qinxiang was almost 50. He was losing his sexual power. If she married him, she could end up in a boring marriage without satisfactory sex. And if she wanted to have a lover behind his back, he would be irritated when he found out. Therefore, she only planned to get as much money as possible from Gu Qingxiang while he was interested in her. If she got bored, she could go find another man. When Gu Qingxiang took the cup of tea from Lu Yue, he deliberately touched her hand and said, "Miss Lu, come have a meal with me tonight." "Sure," Lu Yue answered. She ogled Gu Qingxiang before turning back and walking away. She certainly knew what the meal was like. It was a private meeting only between them. That afternoon Gu Ning gathered her friends to have the lunch together. It was on an E. An E and Hao Ran were friends already and got along very well with each other. "An E, I heard your family's company has been bought, but your father is still the chairman," Hao Ran said with care. "Yes, but my father didn't tell me the details. Anyway, Xinhua survived and my father remained in his position. I don't care if my father earns less money. I just want us to live a peaceful life," An E said. He didn't care who the owner of Xinhua was now. He felt satisfied with his life. Although he had no idea who the owner was, he was thankful to the person in his heart. An E valued family above money, which impressed Gu Ning. "Well, Gu Ning, can I join your group? I want to learn Kung Fu too." An E looked to Gu Ning. He was a little shy, but full of anticipation. "No problem." Gu Ning didn't refuse, because she had the intention to let An E be the successor to An Guangyao's job, so it was necessary to train him earlier. Of course, it all depended on An E himself. If he wasn't willing to do so, Gu Ning wouldn't force him. For An Guangyao's sake, Gu Ning said yes. Since An E was now a part of them, he joined their WeChat group too. Gu Ning didn't attend the evening class, so their training time was set in the afternoon. After lunch, they went to the woods together. On the way, they coincidentally met those boys who had beaten An E the other day. The minute they saw An E, Gu Ning and the others, they turned around, escaping away. Hao Ran and the others couldn't help laughing out loud. Those boys had learned their lesson. "Oh, boss, my uncle's 60th birthday is the day after tomorrow. My cousin Yifan invited you all to come have fun," Qin Zixuan said. Yes, it was Qin Yifan who invited them. Qin Zixuan wasn't qualified enough to invite people to attend his uncle's birthday. Actually, Qin Yifan wanted to invite them himself to show his sincerity, but he was worried it would be too abrupt, so he let Qin Zixuan do it. He couldn't only invite Gu Ning, which would be embarrassing. Thus he invited all of them. "I don't think that's a good idea," Gu Ning declined. She wasn't close with Qin Yifan after all, but to be honest, Gu Ning really wanted to attend the birthday party. Up.to.dfrm no/v/e/lb in.co/m. The Qin family was the second-tier super-rich family. There would be many celebrities and important businessmen at the birthday party. It was the best place to build her network. In addition, most of the guests went to the party for networking. Although she was young, and probably no one would chat with her, her presence was meaningful. "Don't worry. Hao Ran and Tianping will go too. We've sent invitation letters to Mu Ke and An Yi's family already. And now let me and my older brother invite you 3 girls to come. Just come and have fun with us," Qin Zixuan persuaded. "Come on, boss. Come with us. Mixi and Pei Han, you both must come too," Hao Ran added. "Ning Ning, I want to go to the party. Just come along with us." Chu Pei Han grasped Gu Ning's arm. Chu Pei Han would never miss a party. As for you Mixi, if Gu Ning went to the party, she would go with her. "All right. Then let's go together," Gu Ning answered. Nevertheless, she couldn't go with empty hands. What kind of gift should she send? Chu Pei-han pulled Gu Ning and Yu Mixi away using the excuse that they needed to go to the washroom. What kind of gift should we send? Chu Pei-han asked. She completely had no idea about gifts. Most importantly, the host was an important figure, so the gift had to be special, but they were merely students. They couldn't afford expensive gifts. Gu Ning knew that Master Qin liked jade. Ordinary jade wasn't suitable to be used as a gift, but she wasn't willing to send him a high-level one. And it wasn't appropriate for her to be so high-profile. She was a student after all. It was very tricky. After a while, Gu Ning thought of those antiques that she had bought in City G. Since she couldn't send expensive gifts, Chen Wansan's teapot and Wu Guanzhong's painting weren't the options. She then only had the glass with deer heads from the Qianlong period. Thus Gu Ning decided to send Master Qin the glass. It was worth around 2 million yuan, which was a lot for her as a student. Oh, I have a suitable gift. We can send it under all our names, Gu Ning said. She didn't mind sharing the gift with her friends at all. Please don't do that, Yu Mixi said. Why not? We're students. It won't be appropriate if we send a gift that is too expensive. Mine is the best choice. It's not very expensive, but rare, Gu Ning explained. Tell us. What is it? Knowing that, Chu Pei-han and Yu Mixi were curious. It's a secret for now, Gu Ning said. Please, just tell us. Chu Pei-han was impatient with curiosity. Gu Ning wouldn't tell them no matter how much they asked. Chu Pei-han had to give up in the end. The news that Gu Xiaoxiao had been expelled went abroad in the afternoon, but no one felt sorry for her. Even Chen Xiao, who was Gu Xiaoxiao's best friend, denied her close connection with Gu Xiaoxiao. When others came to her and asked her whether she had been aware of Gu Xiaoxiao's scheme, she denied it. She said that she and Gu Xiaoxiao only seemed close, but they didn't get along well. Gu Xiaoxiao never told her anything private. Chen Xiao also claimed that she was disappointed at Gu Xiaoxiao's behavior. Actually, Chen Xiao was only disappointed that Gu Xiaoxiao had failed. Many students knew that Chen Xiao hated Gu Ning, so they barely believed her words. Besides, most of the students secretly kept a distance away from Chen Xiao. They were worried that she would do the same thing as Gu Xiaoxiao. Chen Xiao knew the reason why she was alienated. She was mad, but she blamed Gu Xiaoxiao for it. What had happened to Gu Xiaoxiao made Xiao Feifei feel worried. Luckily Gu Ning didn't have proof. Otherwise she could be expelled too. However, what she didn't know was that Gu Ning didn't deal with her only because she wasn't a threat in Gu Ning's eyes. And the grudges between Gu Xiaoxiao and Gu Ning had existed for a long time. In the afternoon, Guangyao called Gu Ning. He told her that the Qin family invited him to attend Master Qin's 60th birthday party. Gu Ning told him that she would be coming as well. Her schoolmate had invited her. Oh, Uncle An, what do you plan to send? Gu Ning asked. I just received the invitation letter today, so I don't have an idea yet. Do you have any suggestions? And Guangyao replied. It was difficult for everyone to send a gift. The Qin family was a super rich family. It lacked nothing, so the gift couldn't be too ordinary, but it was hard to find rare objects. Besides, it needed to be reasonably rare. If it wasn't rare enough, it failed to show the sender's respect. If it was too rare, it might be seen as over-fawning. It was an agonizing decision. Gu Ning thought for a while before she said, I have an object. You can take it. What is it? And Guangyao asked with curiosity. It's Wu Guanzhong's landscape painting. The pond and the people, Gu Ning said. What? Wu Guanzhong's landscape painting? The pond and the people? And Guangyao was shocked. And Guangyao had no interest in antiques or paintings, but he had heard of Wu Guanzhong, who was a famous artist. He had read a piece of news that one of Wu Guanzhong's oil paintings had been sold at the price of 5 million yuan at auction. Although not each of his paintings was expensive, it wouldn't be cheap since it was Wu Guanzhong's. "Boss, I think that's too priceless to be a gift. Other people will think that we want to ride on the Qin family's coattails," and Guangyao said. He didn't think it was a good idea. "It'll be fine. You can explain to others that this was bought accidentally by the real boss of Xinhua at the price of 1,000 yuan. In that case, the gift won't be too rare or too expensive. At the same time, people will also understand that the real boss of Xinhua isn't an ordinary person," Gu Ning said. "Accidentally bought it?" And Guangyao asked, "Boss, is it true that you accidentally bought it?" Somehow, and Guangyao believed that Gu Ning must have accidentally bought the painting. He got excited. "Yes. I accidentally bought it at the antique market in City G last weekend," Gu Ning said. Hearing that, and Guangyao rounded his eyes, then took a long breath in. Jesus, his boss was so unbelievably lucky. However, how could she know that it was real? And Guangyao was growingly interested in Gu Ning now. She was becoming more and more mysterious in his eyes. Gu Ning added, "I'll give it to you tomorrow afternoon." "Great," and Guangyao replied. He hung up later. He didn't think that it was inappropriate to take the object from Gu Ning, because he represented Xinhua real estate, while Gu Ning was the real boss. On the way home, Gu Ning met Su Jinchen and Leng Xiaoting when she passed by Zone C that afternoon. They were walking out of Zone C, seeing Leng Xiaoting. Gu Ning thought of his face of sheer panic. There was a meaningful smile on her lips. Leng Xiaoting was uneasy to meet her. He deliberately turned his head away. "Hey, have you finished your classes?" Su Jinchen greeted her with friendliness. Discover new stories at nv/lbin.c/o. "Yes, have you eaten?" Gu Ning asked. "We're going to eat right now." "Oh, we haven't dined together since we met. We're leaving tomorrow. And I have no idea when we'll meet the next time. Why don't you join us today?" "My treat," Su Jinchen invited. He really wanted to become friends with Gu Ning. Leng Xiaoting was displeased to see Su Jinchen being so friendly to Gu Ning, but he didn't stop him. Probably because he wanted to dine with Gu Ning too. He didn't even know it himself. "Sure," Gu Ning answered quickly. She glanced at Leng Xiaoting at the same time. Obviously, Gu Ning answered for the sake of Leng Xiaoting. Su Jinchen missed that detail. He was only happy to receive an affirmative answer. "What do you want to have?" he asked. "Seafood," Gu Ning replied without hesitation. Hearing that, both Su Jinchen and Leng Xiaoting frowned. Seeing that, Gu Ning was puzzled. "What's wrong?" Xiaoting is allergic to seafood," Su Jinchen explained. Gu Ning was surprised. Leng Xiaoting had an allergy to seafood? Now she understood why he hadn't eaten anything yesterday. "It's okay. I can have something else," Leng Xiaoting said airily. He was doing this for the good of Gu Ning. "Well, I don't want to have seafood now," Gu Ning said. "There is a popular restaurant on the Yuyi Road. Let's go there." Leng Xiaoting took a glance at Gu Ning. There was something unknown in his eyes. Gu Ning smiled at him. His heart lost a beat. Leng Xiaoting immediately moved his sight away from her. Gu Ning felt like laughing. Leng Xiaoting was so shy and funny. After that, Gu Ning called and told her mother that she was going to eat with her friends. Gu Man agreed. Gu Man always dined with Gu Qing and her family. She was never alone now. On the way, Su Jinchen kept talking with Gu Ning. Ling Xiaoting was displeased. He was eager to separate them, but it was only his thought, he didn't actually do it. Gu Ning, you're going to have the National College entrance exam soon. Which university is your aim? Su Jinchen asked. The Capital University, Gu Ning said. The Capital University? Wow, you must be very academic. It's good news though. My family lives in the capital. If you need any help in the future, feel free to turn to me. Although I'm not all-purpose, I'm good at solving problems. May we exchange our numbers? Su Jinchen asked. He was nervous to ask that question. Hearing that, Ling Xiaoting was more displeased. He said unconsciously, he is busy. You can turn to me. Ling Xiaoting tried to stop Su Jinchen from getting near Gu Ning. What? You're the one who is much busier than us. Su Jinchen argued. Indeed, compared with the others, Ling Xiaoting was always occupied by work throughout the whole year. He stayed in the army no matter if he had tasks or not. All of a sudden, Su Jinchen thought of something more important. Wait a moment. Since when have you become so friendly to others? Ling Xiaoting gave Su Jinchen a cold look. Su Jinchen shut his mouth at once, but he stared at Ling Xiaoting back. He wasn't wrong after all. Actually, Ling Xiaoting was asking himself the same question too. Since when had he become so friendly to others? However, hadn't he always been kind? His job, and the tasks he had fulfilled were all aimed at punishing evil people as well as bringing peace to this country. Is he always cold? Gu Ning asked Su Jinchen, but looked to Ling Xiaoting. Not really. He is active in work, but I've never seen him being proactive to help others with personal affairs. Su Jinchen was telling the truth. Ling Xiaoting was indeed active in fulfilling his tasks, or dealing with crime, but if someone turned to him for help concerning personal affairs, he would give them the cold shoulder. Oh, in that case, it seems I'm different. Gu Ning beamed. She gave Ling Xiaoting a meaningful look. He felt nervous, but he had to admit that Gu Ning was different to him. Meanwhile, Gu Ning couldn't help feeling happy in her heart. She wasn't clear why she was so happy to hear that, but she just enjoyed it. Exactly. Otherwise I wouldn't think that you two are, Su Jinchen said. Enough. If you keep talking without an end, I'll let you be busier as of this year, Ling Xiaoting interrupted Su Jinchen before he could finish. It was an obvious threat. Hearing that, Su Jinchen shut his mouth again. He wanted to complain, but didn't dare to say a word. Ling Xiaoting was the boss. It was totally up to him whether Su Jinchen would be busy. From Su Jinchen's experience, he knew the harder he resisted, the worse the situation would be. Su Jinchen couldn't argue with Ling Xiaoting. He could only approach Gu Ning, complaining in a low voice, "Be careful. He's so easily annoyed, and is used to exploiting us." Although Su Jinchen kept his voice low, Ling Xiaoting still heard him clearly. He was displeased that Su Jinchen complained about him to Gu Ning. And the two stood so close now. Ling Xiaoting was dissatisfied. He threatened, "If you want to, I can make your allegation the truth." It was a threat from Su Jinchen's perspective, but Gu Ning thought it was an explanation. Su Jinchen now completely shut his mouth in fear. His boss was a doer, not a talker. He didn't want to challenge Ling Xiaoting at all. Su Jinchen worked for Ling Xiaoting. Gu Ning was slightly surprised. In that case, Su Jinchen was a military officer too. Seeing as Ling Xiaoting denied Su Jinchen's complaint, then who was telling the truth? Gu Ning thought that Su Jinchen was probably right, because Leng Xiaoting did force him to close his mouth by threatening him, but Gu Ning stayed quiet. Before long, they arrived at the restaurant, walking into a private room. "Here, help yourself please." Su Jinchen gave the menu to Gu Ning. Gu Ning took it without hesitation. She ordered 2 dishes that she liked, then gave the menu back to Su Jinchen and Leng Xiaoting. Gu Ning and Su Jinchen exchanged their numbers too. Su Jinchen had said that he was able to deal with many problems. Thus Gu Ning assumed that he had a powerful background. Gu Ning wasn't dumb enough to reject such a good opportunity. Meanwhile, Gu Ning thought to herself that she was so lucky in this incarnation to meet so many kind people. She of course had also met many bad people along the way. Leng Xiaoting wasn't willing to see the two being so close, but he didn't stop them. He wasn't in an appropriate position to stop them, and there was no need to do so. They all lived in Fanghua Luxury Mansion, so they walked back together after the meal. Visit N0VL/BEIN. For the best novel reading experience. Su Jinchen and Leng Xiaoting walked Gu Ning to Zone G before they went back home. Gu Ning sent Leng Xiaoting a message when she was home. Leng Xiaoting stayed awake all night because of it. "Gu Ning, my handsome military officer, please take care of yourself while you're fulfilling your tasks. You're the best. XOXO. Actually, Gu Ning was just having fun. She found that Leng Xiaoting was very shy and introverted, though he was always cold. Therefore, she felt like flirting with him. Leng Xiaoting knew that Gu Ning did it on purpose, but he couldn't stop himself from thinking of her. It was around 8 p.m. at that time. In a bedroom, there were endless moans of sexual pleasure, and man and a woman were having fierce sex on a big white bed. The man was Gu Qinxiang, while the woman was Lu Yue. Lu Yue was much prettier without the glasses, especially her eyes. She could easily distract a man with her alluring eyes. In fact, she wore a pair of big glasses to disguise herself. She didn't want to attract too much attention, especially the suspicion from Lin Li Juan, because of her charming appearance. After half an hour of wild lovemaking, the two finally stopped. Lu Yue cleaned herself up and lay on Gu Qinxiang's chest. "Boss, do you feel better now?" Lu Yue knew that Gu Qinxiang was in a bad mood, but she didn't know the reason. She wouldn't ask, because she understood when she should stay quiet. That was her way to keep Gu Qinxiang being interested in her. "Yeah, much better. Baby, you're the only one who can make me happy." Gu Qinxiang kissed Lu Yue deeply. Lu Yue was skillful in bed. Gu Qinxiang was aware Lu Yue had had many lovers, but he didn't care. As long as Lu Yue didn't carry diseases and was able to make him sexually happy, he was satisfied. It was just a game after all. After the sexual excitement, Gu Qinxiang felt tired. It wasn't early, and he should go back home now, in case someone found them. Gu Qinxiang had a short break before taking a bath. He cleaned himself up, and even drank as well as sprayed some wine around his body. He made it seem like he had just left from a social meeting. Those were Gu Qinxiang's usual methods to deceive Lin Li Juan. Gu Qinxiang went back home. The minute he walked into his room, he saw Lin Li Juan lying on the bed in a red transparent sleeping gown. She made eyes at Gu Qinxiang saying, "My love, how is my dress?" Lin Li Juan remained in good shape. Her skin was also in good condition, but her breasts were clearly drooping. She was hardly comparable with the young and sexy Lu Yue. Accordingly, Gu Qinxiang felt nothing when he saw Lin Li Juan. Besides, he just got out of another bed. He was weak now, so he only answered perfunctorily, then ignored her. Gu Qinxiang went onto the bed and got ready to sleep. Lin Li Juan was upset. "Honey, we haven't made love in a long time." I'm exhausted. Let's do it another day, Gu Qingxiang said. Lin Lijuan was annoyed. She raised her voice in anger. Gu Qingxiang, what do you mean? You've said that every time. You're never active, but you always refuse to make love to me whenever I want. Do you have a mistress behind my back? Did you lose your sexual desire for me? Lin Lijuan, that's insane. Gu Qingxiang was mad too. Even if Lin Lijuan hit the point, it was impossible for him to admit it. I have to work and socialize all day. Why do I do that? I do that for you, and for the family. And you? You shop, spending my money all day. Have I ever criticized you for that? You failed to teach Xiao Xiao well. Have I blamed you for that? What have you done ever since Xiao Xiao got in trouble? I am the one who needs to go find a school for her. You don't make allowances for me, and even suspect me. Since you don't like our life now, I can quit. Let's all die in hunger. Lin Lijuan was stunned, but they hadn't made love even once in a whole week, which was too unacceptable. Lin Lijuan had her sexual needs too. Gu Qingxiang, instead, ignored her, falling asleep. Lin Lijuan was so mad that she didn't fall asleep until it was very late. The next morning, Gu Qingxiang contacted the principal of the number 1 high school in City F. He wanted Xiao Xiao to transfer to that school. Although Gu Xiaoxiao's score wasn't high on the list in number 1 high school, it wasn't bad anyway. If it hadn't been for the fact that number 1 high school was far away from his home, Gu Qingxiang wouldn't have let Gu Xiaoxiao study in number 3 high school. Therefore, it shouldn't be hard for Gu Xiaoxiao to transfer, but unfortunately, what Gu Xiaoxiao had done went across the high schools in City F. The principal of number 1 high school declined Gu Xiaoxiao's request. The number 2 high school and number 4 high school did the same thing. Gu Qingxiang was so annoyed that he almost smashed his phone. He didn't expect that the news would spread so fast and so far. Someone did it on purpose to force Gu Xiaoxiao to leave City F, Gu Ning. It had to be Gu Ning. Gu Qingxiang couldn't think of anyone else. Although he didn't believe that Gu Ning was able to do it herself, Gu Ning's friends had the ability to do so. Nevertheless, it was Gu Xiaoxiao's fault after all, so Gu Qingxiang could only bear the result. He also didn't dare to cause Gu Ning any trouble. If Gu Ning called the police, Gu Xiaoxiao would be in a more dangerous situation. In the end, Gu Qingxiang could only call Gu Qingyang. He told Gu Qingyang to find a school for Gu Xiaoxiao in City G. Gu Qingxiang didn't tell Gu Qingyang the real reason. He only explained that Gu Xiaoxiao had a conflict with one of her schoolmates. The student was from a powerful family, and Gu Qingxiang was worried about Gu Xiaoxiao's safety, so he decided to let Gu Xiaoxiao transfer to City G. It wasn't hard for Gu Xiaoxiao to transfer because of her good score. Most importantly, the school in City G didn't know about what Gu Xiaoxiao had done. Gu Xiaoxiao herself was fine with the result, but Lin Lijuan felt reluctant to do so. However, she had to face the reality that Gu Xiaoxiao couldn't study in any of the high schools in City F. Lin Lijuan hated Gu Ning to the death, but she was also worried that Gu Ning would call the police, so she kept a distance from Gu Ning for now. Gu Ning hadn't told Gu Man about it. She didn't want to upset her mother. In the afternoon, Gu Ning sent in Guangyao, Wu Guanzhong's landscape painting, the pond and the people. And Guangyao immediately put it in the safe for security. After that, Gu Ning went to shop with Chu Pei Han and Yu Mixi in the afternoon. Tomorrow was Master Qin's 60th birthday party. They needed to prepare a formal dress for it. Yu Mixi only had 3,000 yuan. She was on a tight budget, but she had made up her mind to spend all of her savings to buy a beautiful dress. I know a formal dress shop, which is suitable for us, Chu Pei Han said, once they walked inside the female clothes area. Gu Ning and Yu Mixi agreed. They followed Chu Peihan to get there. Miss Chu, nice to meet you. Welcome to our shop. A saleswoman walked ahead at once. Gu Ning glanced around the shop. Her eyes lit up. It was a big shop which consisted of two areas. One was full of luxurious gowns, while there were many relatively elegant dresses in another. Those dresses in the second area were suitable for young girls to wear in a formal situation or in their daily life. How is it? Chu Peihan was proud to see that Gu Ning was satisfied. Very good, Gu Ning complimented. Of course, my taste is always good, Chu Peihan said. Come on and have a look. No matter which piece you like, it's on me. No, Yu Mixi refused. She knew Chu Peihan was from a rich family, but she couldn't spend Chu Peihan's money like that. I said yes. We're close friends, Chu Peihan said. Yu Mixi then looked to Gu Ning. Relax. We don't need to save money for her. Time is limited. Let's hurry up. Gu Ning didn't think it was inappropriate at all. Since Gu Ning agreed, Yu Mixi didn't insist any longer. She went to pick one for herself. Yu Mixi noticed a beautiful dress. She took a look at the price tag and was shocked. It cost several thousand yuan. She wanted to find a cheaper one, but failed. There were even dresses at the price of a few dozen thousand yuan. Yu Mixi was totally struck dumb. New chapters will be fully updated at novl/bin.com. Jesus, those dresses were so expensive. Ning, I think the dresses here are too expensive. Yu Mixi walked to Gu Ning. She was timid. Don't worry. Mixi, I understand that you don't like to spend money like that. You probably will think we're giving out alms, but please don't take it that way. We're friends, and friends share good things, Gu Ning comforted her. I know, but Yu Mixi didn't hate the rich. She also didn't think that Gu Ning and Chu Peihan were giving out alms, but she was still self-abased. She was the one who kept receiving good things from her friends without giving back, and she didn't feel comfortable about that. Hey, what you're talking about? Come on and try some. We don't have much time to choose. Chu Peihan walked out from a dressing room. Seeing that Gu Ning and Yu Mixi were still in discussion, she reminded them to get down to business. Hurry up! Peihan could get mad, Gu Ning said. Although Yu Mixi was close with Chu Peihan now, she was still afraid of Chu Peihan. She knew Chu Peihan's temper. If she continued to waste time, Chu Peihan would really get mad. In the end, Yu Mixi could only go and pick the dress. Not only did they buy dresses, but they also bought shoes, bags, bracelets and necklaces. Chu Peihan and Gu Ning spent dozens of thousands of yuan on the clothes and accessories. Yu Mixi didn't want to do so. She only spent 2,000 yuan in the shop. They were merely students, and didn't spend too much on the clothes actually. If they had been those noble women, dozens of thousands of yuan wouldn't be enough. Yu Mixi thought that one dress would be enough, but she ended up buying a short fur coat, a pair of shoes, a bag, bracelet and necklace too. She spent a lot in total. She did try to refuse to do so, but didn't say it aloud. The next day, Master Qin Yifun's father, was about to hold his birthday party. Qin Zixuan and others gathered together heading to the house of the Qin family after their afternoon classes. There were 8 of them in all. They needed 2 cars, and Qin Zixuan as well as Hao Ran were the drivers. Follow you stories at n/v/e/lb/in.com. However, before they went to the Chin family's house, the girls needed to change, do their hair and wear makeup first. They had contacted a makeup store yesterday, and left their clothes there too. All of them planned to wear light makeup. And there were 3 makeup artists to help them. It took less than an hour for them to finish all of that. The party would begin at 8 p.m., so they still had plenty of time. Meanwhile, Hao Ran and other boys were waiting in the parking lot. Within an hour, Gu Ning and the other 2 girls walked out. At first glance, no one recognized them. The boys were even discussing their good shapes from a distance away, but when the girls came closer, they finally found out who they were, and were all amazed. Gu Ning, Chu Pei Han and Yu Mixi were beauties themselves, but they always wore a school uniform without any makeup at school. They were pretty, but not stunning. But now, let's begin from Yu Mixi. Yu Mixi wore a slightly fluffy princess dress. It was pink with a round lace neck. She was also wearing a short wide-sleeved pink fur coat, and with the skirt it looked like a set. She had her hair in a bun with a pink bow. Her shoes were a pair of white 5-centimeter high sandals with thick heels. Yu Mixi looked totally different now, and was full of energy. Chu Pei Han put on a golden silk dress, dotted with crystal sequins. She was also wearing a short black fur coat. Her hair was in big waves. She looked confident. The 8-centimeter gold high heels made her seem even taller. She was like a noble queen in the palace. Gu Ning was wearing a retro dress with a Cheongsam-style buckle around her neck. Its sleeves were 3/4 length. The dress was dotted with sparse blue and white patterns. Her fur coat and dress were the same color. Like everyone else, the coat was also short. She loosened her hair with a little decoration at the front. She was in a complete retro style. Gu Ning had put on the pendant, earrings and bracelets made of foolish jade. She behaved like a well-educated noble girl from a powerful family in the ancient times. Her outfit wasn't very noticeable, but no one could ignore her outstanding appearance and air. And once your sight fell on her, it couldn't move away. It was winter, and a little cold outside. The girls were all wearing fur coats to stay warm. What do you think? Seeing the boys were all amazed, Chu Pei Han laughed with pride. You look gorgeous. Not only beautiful, but also stunning. Indeed. You all look amazingly pretty after the makeup. The boys complimented. However, Chu Pei Han was dissatisfied. She squinted at Hao Ran saying, "What do you mean? Aren't we beautiful without makeup?" Hao Ran immediately realized that he had said something wrong. He explained without delay, "I meant that you all are prettier with the makeup." Very well. Chu Pei Han was satisfied this time. All right, let's go now. I don't want to be a monkey in the zoo. Facing the looks from people around them, Gu Ning felt uncomfortable. I'm not a monkey. I'm a beauty. A beauty, Chu Pei Han argued. After that, the group of them went to the Chin family's house. Ning Ning, I'm nervous. It was the first time Yu Mixi had attended such a significant party. She was very anxious now. Relax. Let's go inside hand in hand, Gu Ning comforted her. The Chin family house was located in a high-end villa area in the suburb with a large green land. It seemed more like a resort than a villa. It was a 300 square meter detached 3-floor villa with a garden and a swimming pool. The whole area was about 600 or 700 square meters large. The family who could afford such a villa here in City F must be extraordinarily rich. Each villa cost at least a few dozen million yuan. When they arrived at the villa, it was almost 7 p.m. The guests were mainly famous chairmen and important officials. Most of them came with their families. Boss, please wait in the car for a moment. I need to change first before I come out and welcome you, Qin Zixuan said. Sure, Gu Ning replied. In the living room, there was light, beautiful music with glasses of champagne. Everyone was having fun, and the atmosphere was harmonious. There was central heating in the room, so the women all took off their coats wearing just their gowns. They either had the coat in hand, or put it elsewhere. Qin Yifan, who was in a gray suit with a white, Egyptian cotton shirt and light blue tie, looked handsome and stable. He paid a lot of attention to prepare for tonight in the aim of attracting Gu Ning and winning her heart. Whether he could attract Gu Ning and win her heart remained unknown, but many girls from rich families in the living room already liked him. Many wanted to chat with Qin Yifan, but he was in a discussion with Li Zhenyu and Li Jinjin. Li Zhenyu was also in a suit. People were paying attention to him as well, but with Qin Yifan being there, he seemed less attractive. Li Jinjin was wearing a purple long tube dress with a whole set of jewelry made of medium high-level jade of the hibiscus type. However, there were lots of noble girls here today. And many of them were prettier and from richer families than Li Jinjin, so she wasn't actually outstanding. If she hadn't been with Qin Yifan, she wouldn't have attracted much attention. Outside, around 20 minutes later, Qin Zixuan and the rest of the boys came back. They were all in black casual suits, good-looking, young and energetic. The minute they appeared, many gazes fell on them. Especially those of the young girls, each of them got excited. Qin Zixuan and other boys went to the car where the girls had waited. Boss, why are you taking your backpack? Chu Peihan noticed that Gu Ning had her backpack in hand when they got out of the car. Our gift is inside, Gu Ning answered. In fact, the glass with deer heads from the Qianlong period was still in her telepathic eye space. There was something else in the backpack. Gu Ning used it as a cover. Hearing that, Chu Peihan then realized they should send a gift. She totally forgot it. The boys were all surprised too. Boss, you prepared a gift? Qin Zixuan felt a little embarrassed. They invited Gu Ning only to have fun, and there was no need to prepare a gift, but now, Gu Ning prepared the gift on her own. I'm here to attend the birthday party. Of course I should prepare a gift. It's under our 3 girls' names. It isn't very expensive after all. Relax, Gu Ning said. She understood Qin Zixuan would be embarrassed, so she deliberately explained that it wasn't expensive to comfort him. Since Gu Ning had already prepared the gift, Qin Zixuan could do nothing about it. Thus he didn't say anything further. We haven't prepared anything. Hao Ran scratched his head. Exactly. I feel awkward now, Zhang Tianping said. Should we go back and prepare the gifts first? Mu Ku asked. I have the same idea. N.E. added. UW evils up tes on nov/l/bi.com. Please, Qin Zixuan didn't know whether to cry or to laugh. Well, there is no time for that. The gift can be under all our names. We're merely students. One gift is enough, Gu Ning said. She didn't mind sharing the gift with her friends. In addition, she didn't want to cause a sensation alone. It's inappropriate. And we didn't pay for it. The boys said. I'm the boss, and I think it's all right, Gu Ning said. Now, no one dared to refuse. Gu Ning handed the backpack to Hao Ran. They walked to the door together. Qin Zixuan and Hao Ran stood at the front, followed by Chu Peihan, Gu Ning and Yu Mixi. Mu Ku, Zhang Tianping and N.E. were at the back. Others who didn't know them would probably think that they were bodyguards. Everyone dressed up for this party, so their outfits weren't actually that noticeable, but when a group of them showed up, people around couldn't help paying attention to them. And when their sights fell on Gu Ning and the girls, their eyes lit up. Chu Pei Han and Gu Ning were gorgeous beauties with elegant air. Yu Mixi was pretty too, but she dressed like a young girl. Men weren't completely visually satisfied to see her. They fixed their eyes more on Chu Pei Han and Gu Ning. When they stepped in the door, the girls took off their coats, leaving them to the boys. The minute they appeared in the living room, more gazes fell on them. Men appreciated the girls, while women were mostly jealous of them. Qin Yifan also noticed Gu Ning. His heart lost a beat all of a sudden. He soon got his mind back, walking towards them without delay. He even forgot to excuse himself to Li Zhenyu and Li Jinjin. Seeing Gu Ning, Li Jinjin was also surprised by her beauty. She was so envious of Gu Ning, especially when Qin Yifan left her for Gu Ning. Jinjin, calm down. Although Li Zhenyu was displeased too, he understood it wasn't a good time to annoy Gu Ning right now. Li Jinjin forced herself to calm down. Gu Ning didn't miss the looks of Li Jinjin. She gave her a meaningful smile. Li Jinjin immediately turned away. Welcome! Qin Yifan greeted all of them, but he only looked at Gu Ning. He was curious to see her reaction when he appeared in her sight. However, to his disappointment, Gu Ning didn't seem impressed. She called him as usual, "Nice to meet you, Mr. Qin." "Hi, my cousin Yifan." "Nice to meet you." The others all greeted him. Although Qin Yifan was a little disappointed, he didn't show it. "Follow me please. The party hasn't begun yet." They walked to a sofa aside. Most of the guests were walking around, chatting with people and building network. There were very few people sitting. In addition, there weren't enough seats for so many people to sit. "Gu Ning?" Right at that moment, a female voice sounded. Before seeing the person, Gu Ning already knew who she was from her voice. Gu Ning stopped, looking over. It was exactly in Qian. She was in a light blue deep V-neck gown. The color accentuated her charming white skin. She was wearing a blue diamond necklace, bracelet and a pair of earrings. Her hair was fastened high in a bun. She looked sexy and charming. The man standing next to Qian was Lu Zhengyu. He was also in a light blue suit. His suit matched Qian's dress on purpose. Lu Zhengyu was as handsome as Qin Yifan. Compared with Qin Yifan, Lu Zhengyu seemed more mature. He was more attractive to women in reality, but Qian was beside him. And they were apparently close, so no one dared to interrupt them. Qian, Executive Lu, Gu Ning greeted them. "Miss Gu, nice to meet you," Lu Zhengyu greeted her. "Hi, Executive Lu, Missin." Qin Yifan came over. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Qin," Qian and Lu Zhengyu said. "I was wondering who is so attractive." "It's you." Qian looked at Gu Ning joking. "It was our group of people entering together. It's hard to ignore us," Gu Ning said. She was being modest. Qian smiled. She then noticed a familiar figure behind Gu Ning. She was slightly surprised. Don't you hate these parties? Why are you here today?" "Cousin Qian, since my close friends are all here, I didn't want to be alone," Yi answered. Gu Ning was astonished to find out that Yi and Qian were cousins. "All right. You all have fun. We need to greet our other friends there," Qian herself wanted to talk with Gu Ning, but Lu Zhengyu needed to socialize with his friends. As his female partner, Qian had to follow him. After that, Qian and Lu Zhengyu left. Qin Yifan guided Gu Ning and others to a sofa. Qin Zixuan understood that Qin Yifan would be busy tonight, so he said, "Brother, you can go and welcome the other guests." I'll handle it here. Great. You all have fun. I must leave now. Although Qin Yifan wanted to talk with Gu Ning, he was occupied tonight. He told Qin Zixuan to take care of them before walking away. Seeing that Qin Yifan was finally alone now, some girls from noble families immediately went to chat with him. Out of politeness, Qin Yifan behaved like a gentleman even though he disliked them. What do you want to drink? I'll get it for you, Qin Zixuan asked his friends. Red wine please, Gu Ning said. I follow US stories at nvl/by/n.com. Me too, Chu Peihan added. Orange juice please. Yu Mixi said. She was still not used to drinking wine. The boys all ordered red wine as well. Some men around them had the intention to chat with the girls, but Qin Zixuan and other boys were there too. They behaved like bodyguards, sitting or standing beside the girls. No man dared to come near. And some girls who wanted to chat with the boys all stayed away too. With you all standing here, no one dares to chat with us, Chu Peihan joked. I don't think a man who randomly chats with beautiful girls is a gentleman. Besides, look at their faces. I think we're much more handsome than them. Qin Zixuan said. Exactly, we're young and good-looking. Aren't you satisfied with that? Hao Ran added. We're too familiar with each other. I get bored, Chu Peihan said. Qin Zixuan and the boys were speechless. Meanwhile, some saw a familiar face. It was Qin Zheng. Qin Zheng's family wasn't a rich family, but a powerful one. Thus his family had received an invitation letter too. As for those businessmen who only had dozens of million yuan of wealth, they weren't qualified to get an invitation letter. The guests here were either the super rich or the authorities. The super rich ones all had hundreds of million yuan of wealth, while the powerful ones were at least in the positions of vice director of a department. Qin Zheng's family name was Qin too, but he had nothing to do with Qin Yifan's family. Qin Zheng was a tall handsome boy. He was wearing a formal suit and looked mature. Many girls found him attractive as well. What is he doing here? Is he a male gold digger here for the super rich girls? Hao Ran asked with curiosity. Ha ha. Hearing that, Gu Ning and others laughed out loud. They knew Hao Ran was joking, but they couldn't deny it. Parents attended such parties to build or strengthen network. And their children were here for the same aim, to have or maintain a close relationship with the second generation of the super rich or the authorities. If anyone could settle a marital alliance, it would be much better. Everyone was here for an aim. Benefit was the most important motivation. Qin Jing had been with Gu Xiaoxiao because he approved her background. Although Gu Xiaoxiao's family was scarcely comparable with the families in this party tonight, she was the best Qin Jing could get. And the real super rich girls couldn't care less about Qin Jing's family. It was fine to become friends with Qin Jing, but no super rich girl really wanted to marry him. Before long, Qin Jing also noticed Gu Ning and others. Especially when he saw Gu Ning, he was completely stunned by her beauty. He was aware that Gu Ning and Qin Zixuan were friends, which was the reason Gu Ning was here. He also knew that Gu Ning was beautiful, but she was stunning tonight after she had dressed up. All of a sudden, Qin Jing fell in love. He was so regretful that he had broken up with Gu Ning. In addition, he didn't care about Gu Ning's background anymore at that moment. He clearly knew that he fell in love with Gu Ning now. Unfortunately, he didn't dare to come up to talk to her. Chu Peihan approached Gu Ning gloating over Qin Jing's misfortune. Look at his gaze on you. He must be greatly regretful. Actually, Chu Peihan never understood why Gu Ning, who was an excellent girl, had been with Qin Jing before. Even though it was the truth, Chu Peihan couldn't believe it. Indeed, if the old Gu Ning had been today's Gu Ning, she would have been together with Qin Zheng, but today's Gu Ning was totally different from the old one. Gu Ning only smiled but didn't say a word. She apparently noticed the regret on Qin Zheng's face, but she didn't care. She had never respected him. A few minutes later, and Guangyao got there too. However, the minute he appeared, an ironic male voice sounded, "Oh. Isn't this chairman of Xinhua Real Estate? I heard you've sold your company already. And you're still the chairman, oh, the executive chairman to be specific. Congratulations." Congratulations? And Guangyao almost went bankrupt, but the man congratulated him still? The man obviously did it on purpose to make fun of Guangyao. And everyone present knew it. The business world was like the war field. Not many of the businessmen could be real good friends. Therefore, not only the man, but other businessmen were also happy to see that Guangyao was in trouble. However, others also disliked the man's behavior. It was Master Qin's birthday party. He shouldn't cause Guangyao trouble right now, and he would only leave a bad impression on the Qin family. The man was named Wu Lianqin, a president of a branch of a giant group in City F. He was the same age as Guangyao. This branch was involved in the real estate industry and had 1 billion yuan in assets. Wu Lianqing, as the president, owned 25% shares of this branch. His net wealth was 200 or 300 million yuan at most. Wu Lianqin was ambitious. He had planned to acquire Xinhua Real Estate as his own private property, but he hadn't been willing to pay a reasonable price for it. Thus Gu Ning had seized the chance. And Guangyao was annoyed, but he didn't show it on his face. He replied, "Oh, I almost went bankrupt, but President Wu still congratulated me." "That's interesting. Chairmanin, please don't be mad at me. I didn't mean that at all. I congratulated you only because you kept your job as the chairman of Xinhua Real Estate," Wu Lianqin explained. He of course wouldn't admit it. "Well, President Wu, I don't think you need to explain it. You will only make it worse. You congratulated me because I kept my job as the chairman. However, I could keep my job only because I sold my company. Otherwise, I wouldn't need to work as an employee, and the company would still belong to me," Guangyao said. Wu Lianqin didn't know what to say. He realized that he had been rude. He wanted to make fun of Guangyao, but now he was a joke himself. "Chairmanin, if you insist on saying that, I can't do anything about it." Then Wu Lianqin walked away, like he was the victim. And Guangyao let him go. It wasn't appropriate to cause a scene at this party after all. He turned and immediately noticed Gu Ning and her friends. And Guangyao was amazed by Gu Ning's outfit. "This girl could always surprise you." And Guangyao walked towards them. And Yi greeted him at once. The others did the same thing without delay. In public, Guangyao had to keep his relationship with Gu Ning a secret, so he treated her the same way he treated the younger generation. After a while, a couple stepped up to them, but before they came near, the woman opened her mouth. "Ha, there you are. I told you to come with us, but you refused. I thought you're not interested in this party. Unexpectedly, you secretly came here with your friends." Gu Ning and the others didn't know who they were, and they were puzzled. Right at that moment, Hao Ran replied with obvious dislike, "I didn't want to come with you adults. I want to be with my friends." Hearing that, Gu Ning and the others immediately realized that this couple was Hao Ran's parents. "Don't you want to see me? Honey, look at him. Our son dislikes us," the woman complained like a child to the man beside her. Gu Ning and others were struck dumb. Was this Hao Ran's mother? She was so adorable. However, both Hao Ran and his father, Hao Xianglong, rolled their eyes with one accord. Hao Ran said, "Mom, it's a public place. Could you please behave normally?" "What did you say?" Hao Ran's mother suddenly changed her face, like she was irritated. Gu Ning and others were once again surprised by Hao Ran's mother's quick reaction, but it was much easier to get along with such a delightful person. "Chairmanin, please don't mind her." Hao Xianglong ignored Hao Ran and his wife, talking to Nguangyao instead. "Chairman Hao, so nice to meet you." "I don't mind at all," Nguangyao replied. He shook hands with Hao Xianglong. Hao Xianglong ran a business in the hotel and catering industry with 500 million yuan of wealth. His company was ranked just behind Xinhua Real Estate in City F according to the assets. The two families didn't have any conflict in business, so they got along well. In addition, Nguangyao and Hao Xianglong now found out that their sons were close friends already. They naturally became friendlier to each other. "Nice to meet you, Mr. and Mrs. Hao," Gu Ning and others greeted them. When Mrs. Hao noticed the three girls, her eyes lit up. "What three beautiful girls you are! Is there any of you who like my son? Are you willing to marry my son?" Everyone didn't know what to say all of a sudden. "Mom," Hao Ran failed to argue back. "All right, let's stop bothering those kids, and go over there to greet other people." Hao Xianglong pulled his wife away at once, in case she would continue to surprise those children. "Oh, wait," Mrs. Hao apparently wanted to say something more, but she was pulled away by her husband. My mom behaves like a child sometimes." "Please don't mind her," Hao Ran explained. "It's fine." "I think your mother is adorable," Gu Ning said. "Well, I need to socialize with my friends too." "You all have fun," Nguangyao said, then he walked away. Although Nguangyao wasn't the owner of the Xinhua Real Estate now, he was still the chairman with absolute executive right. And his business partners were willing to maintain a good relationship with him as usual. After that, Gu Ning and her friends went back to eat and drink. "Mu Ku, I haven't seen you parents yet," Hao Ran asked. It was almost 8 p.m., but Hao Ran's parents were absent. "Oh, my father is on a business trip. He isn't available, so he let his secretary come here on behalf of him," Mu Ku said. When they were only a few minutes away from 8 p.m., Qin Yifun's father, Qin Haoxing, arrived. Qin Haoxing was in a black Chinese tunic suit. He was 60, but still strong and tough. There was a woman in her early 50s to the right of Qin Haoxing. She was in a dark red cheongsam. The color of her clothes matched his. This woman was Qin Haoxing's wife, Qin Yifun's mother. To the left of Qin Haoxing stood a woman in her late 30s. She was in a rose-red cheongsam. The woman was Qin Yifun's elder sister, Qin Yiqing. Qin Haoxing and his wife had their only son, Qin Yifun, at a very old age. Thus they had spoiled him ever since he had been a baby, but they were also strict parents when it came to education. Therefore, Qin Yifun hadn't been spoiled rotten, but had grown up to be an outstanding man. Now, Qin Yifun was gradually taking over his family business. The minute that Qin Haoxing appeared, the crowd became quiet. Everyone focused on him. After a short speech, it was the time of sending gifts. The first group naturally was the people from the Qin family. Qin Haoxing's younger brother, Qin Zixuan's father, Qin Haoxi, was the first one. Qin Haoxi was the general secretary in the committee of City F. Gu Ning didn't know Qin Zixuan's father was a powerful official until now. However, Qin Haoxi was an honest official. He hadn't prepared a very expensive gift, but sent his older brother his blessing calligraphy. Qin Haoxi was famous for his excellent handwriting in City F, so it was actually a good gift. They were family, and valued sincerity the most. The second one was Qin Haoxing's eldest daughter, Qin Yiqing. Qin Yiqing was a clothing designer, so she designed a Chinese tunic suit for her father. She used the best materials she could afford. Qin Yiqing's husband sent his father-in-law a pair of decorations made of medium high-level jade. They were in the shape of lion heads with qilin patterns, and worth a lot. Because the jade was valuable, Qin Haoxing liked the gift very much. Qin Yifan was the next one. He sent his father a wide jade ring made of the king's green. Although the king's green was only as big as a quail's egg, it was enough for a wide jade ring. Knowing that it was made of the king's green, the crowd erupted into discussion. Qin Haoxing was also stunned. He couldn't believe that it was real. He took the wide jade ring and checked it. It proved to be the real king's green. Qin Haoxing's face was aglow with happiness. "Yifan, where did you get the king's green?" Qin Haoxing asked. "My friend happened to have a small king's green to sell, so I bought it. I got the carver from Itsue Jade Store to carve it," Qin Yifan explained. Gu Ning had told him not to tell others that this king's green was from her, because she didn't want to attract unnecessary attention. Therefore, Qin Yifan didn't say her name. Other than the wide jade ring, Qin Yifan had used the rest of the jade to make a necklace, and kept it himself. "Oh," Qin Yifan said, taking out another box, "I've prepared a gift for Mother too." "Really? I can receive a gift as well? What is it?" Mrs. Qin was surprised. "Have a look yourself, please." Qin Yifan didn't directly tell his mother what it was, but let her open it herself. Qi Yifan's mother had been married to his father for so many years that she was very familiar with different kinds of jade. "Do you still want to keep it a secret?" His mother wore a smile and opened the gift. There was a pendant with 3 colors in a wing shape as wide as a thumb and a pair of round earrings. Seeing that it was jade again, Qin Haoxing immediately took it, having a closer look. After a while, Qin Haoxing's eyes went bright with excitement. This is foolish jade." It caused a sensation once more. Qin Yifan was being really generous with his money today. "Did you buy this from your friend too?" Qin Haoxing asked. "Yes," Qin Yifan answered. And Qin Haoxing stopped asking. Then, it was the time for those guests to show their presents. The gifts were naturally all valuable. The price ranged from hundreds of thousands to several million yuan. Only a minority of the guests sent a gift at the price of several million yuan. It wasn't appropriate if the gift was too expensive after all. And there could be a rumor that the sender of the gift wanted to ride on the Qin family's coattails. Everyone knew Qin Haoxing liked jade, but it wasn't easy to get jade of high quality. Besides, the price of good jade was too high. Like the gifts from Qin Yiqing's husband and Qin Yifan, even the cheapest one was worth 7 million yuan. Not only Li Zhenyu and his younger sister, but also their father, Li Xingming, was here in person. Li Xingming and Qin Haoxing were close friends, and Li Xingming couldn't miss his good brother's birthday party. The gift from the Li family was certainly extraordinary. It was a Brave Troops one made of a medium high-level jade. Because the jade wasn't big, the size of the Brave Troops was limited, but it was still worth over 10 million yuan. When it was in Guangyao's turn, he took out the pond and the people handed to him by Gu Ning. Once the landscape painting was shown, the crowd became excited again. Wu Guanzhong was a famous modern artist, so most people had heard of his name. They weren't shocked by the price of this painting, but its value. There were many things without a price tag after all. What? Is it really Wu Guanzhong's landscape painting, the pond and the people? Let me have a look. An old man in his 70s was thrilled. He stood up, walking over at once. This man was the curator of the museum and the head of the Antiques Association, Gu Changjiang. Gu Changjiang wasn't questioning the authenticity of the pond and the people in Guang Yao's hands. He merely couldn't wait to see it. Qin Haosheng was also excited, because he had a great interest in antiques and paintings too. And Guang Yao knew that Gu Changjiang was an important figure, so he gave the painting to him without delay. Qin Haosheng came near immediately, followed by other art lovers. In the beginning, some didn't believe that it was real, because the authentic one was rare, but after a while, Gu Changjiang proved it was real. He said, a few years ago, the snow of Peking was sold at the price of 5 million yuan. The pond and the people must be more expensive than it. Knowing that, everyone took a long breath. The price of this painting was higher than 5 million yuan. At the same time, everyone believed in Guang Yao sent this very valuable gift for an aim. He must be fawning on the Qin family. Therefore, many people gave him an unkind look. And Guang Yao didn't mind though, but explained, Master Qin, I assume you must already know that I've sold my company. Actually, this painting is from the real boss of Xinhua Real Estate. My boss coincidentally bought it with only 1,000 yuan in the antique market. Please take it if you like it. What? 1,000 yuan? Hearing that, everyone rounded their eyes in shock. 1,000 yuan to buy a valuable painting at the price of 5 million yuan? It was unbelievable. If it was true, the real boss who had bought Xinhua Real Estate must be an outstanding person. See check out LTSTVL on novl/bin.cm. Haha, I of course like it very much. Qin Haosheng laughed. This gift was right up his alley. He didn't even want to disguise his happiness. Although he was curious about who the real boss of Xinhua Real Estate was, he didn't ask the question. Since the real boss wanted to keep it a secret, he didn't bother to find out the answer. The guests continued to show their gifts. Some also sent antiques at the price from hundreds of thousand yuan to several million yuan. Although the price wasn't low, no other gift was more valuable than the pond and the people. Gu Changjiang might have taken a look at the other gifts, but he wasn't as excited. When the part of sending gifts almost ended, Gu Ning took her backpack from Mu Ku. She stepped back to where no one noticed her. Gu Ning opened her backpack, exchanging what was in it with the gift she had prepared. She then returned with the gift in her hands, leaving the backpack with Mu Ku again. Qin Yifan paid attention to Gu Ning from time to time. He saw Gu Ning coming back with a wooden box in her hands. It was 20 centimeters wide and 30 centimeters long. Without a doubt, it was the gift for his father. He didn't expect that Gu Ning would be here with a present. It wasn't his intention. Once Gu Ning walked ahead, everyone focused on her. Some were amazed. Some were appreciating her beauty, while some were jealous of her. Gu Ning ignored them directly. Qin Haosheng didn't know Gu Ning. He only thought that she must be a well-educated girl from a noble family. Master Qin, it's so nice to meet you. My name's Gu Ning, a friend of Qin Yifan and Qin Zixuan. It's my honor to be here tonight. Please allow me to represent my group of friends. May your happiness be as immense as the East Sea, and may you live as long as the Zhongnan Mountains. Gu Ning said. Very well. Thanks you so much, Miss Gu, Qin Haosheng smiled. Qin Yifan stepped forward to take the box. According to the rules, he needed to announce the name of the gift. The minute Qin Yifan opened the box, seeing the name on the card, he was astonished. He glanced at Gu Ning and her friends, then slightly raised his voice, a glass with deer heads from the Qianlong period in the Qing dynasty. What? Are you sure? Hearing that, Gu Changjiang once again stood up all of a sudden. He immediately approached. Qin Haosheng did the same thing. People who had heard of the glass were all surprised. And those who hadn't heard of it knew that it must be very rare because Gu Changjiang was so thrilled. Gu Changjiang held the glass in his hands carefully. He checked it for a long time with excitement on his face. Although this glass was cheaper than the pond and the people, it was as valuable as the landscape painting. It was an antique from the Qianlong period after all. And it was even in soft pastels. Qin Jing didn't believe that Gu Ning had paid for this glass, because she was too poor to afford it. It must be the others who had bought it. The part of sending gifts ended. The party went on, and everyone enjoyed it. Li Jinjin wanted to talk with Qin Yifan to stop him from getting near to Gu Ning, but she was too late to do that. Qin Yifan was already standing by Gu Ning. Li Jinjin was so mad, but she didn't dare to interrupt them. She was afraid Gu Ning would tell Qin Yifan what she had done to her. Li Jinjin wasn't the most stunning lady in this party, but she was beautiful. Many men tried to chat with her, but Li Jinjin only wanted Qin Yifan. She turned them down with the excuse that she didn't feel well. Those men didn't show their displeasure for the sake of Li Jinjin's background, but they disdained her behavior in their hearts. Qin Yifan apologized to Gu Ning. "I invite you all to have fun here tonight. I don't expect that you prepared a gift. I'm sorry to let you spend so much money on it." Chu Pei Han and others felt a little embarrassed, because they hadn't prepared the gift at all. Gu Ning actually handled it alone. "It's nothing," Gu Ning said airily. Qin Yifan smiled and dropped the topic. He asked with care instead, "Do you feel at ease at this party?" "Yes," Gu Ning answered. In her previous incarnation, she had attended countless parties. She was totally accustomed to it. "That's good to hear," Qin Yifan said. At that time, a young couple walked over. The man was Wei Jirue, but the woman was unfamiliar to Gu Ning. "Miss Gu, it's been a while," Wei Jirue said to Gu Ning. "Mr. Wei, nice to meet you," Gu Ning said. She then nodded to the young woman beside him with a kind smile on face. The woman smiled back as greeting. Gu Ning didn't know their relationship, so she didn't call the woman randomly. "Are you used to living in the Fanghua luxury mansion?" Wei Jirue asked. Your F48 stories on /o/v/lbn.cm. "Yes, thank you for asking, Mr. Wei," Gu Ning replied. "It's my pleasure. You are the client introduced to me by my good brother. I of course need to care more about you. Otherwise, my good brother would be displeased," Wei Jirue said, half joking. Gu Ning just smiled a little. The couple didn't stay long before they left. Qin Yifan wanted to stay longer by Gu Ning's side, but as the host, he couldn't spend all his time and energy on only one of his guests. Therefore, he walked away after a short while. As soon as Qin Yifan left, Gu Ning found out that the jealous looks that had been on her the whole time was finally removed too. It must have been from Li Jinjin. Gu Ning looked over seeing Li Jinjin sitting in a corner alone. She took her wine glass and said something to Chu Pei Han and other before walking to Li Jinjin. Li Jinjin fixed her eyes on Qin Yifan, so she didn't notice that Gu Ning was coming over. When she realized it, Gu Ning was right before her. Li Jinjin felt anxious, but it was too late to avoid her. Besides, if she avoided her in front of Gu Ning's face, it would be too clear that she was afraid of Gu Ning. Although Li Jinjin was frightened by Gu Ning, her pride would never allow her to escape while in Gu Ning's sight. "Miss Li, so nice to meet you, again." Gu Ning smiled greeting to Li Jinjin. The fake smile on her face was quite sarcastic. "Oh, nice to meet you again." In the public, Li Jinjin had to greet Gu Ning back, but her smile was even uglier than a crying face. "Unfortunately, Miss Li is here with your brother and father tonight, or I would treat Miss Li well," Gu Ning said in a meaningful way. Would treat her well? Did Gu Ning want to hurt her? Li Jinjin was annoyed, but she had to curb it. Gu Ning, don't be so mean. Am I being mean? Miss Li, I don't understand. Gu Ning pretended to be puzzled. Li Jinjin was so mad, but didn't dare to tell the truth. Seeing that Li Jinjin couldn't do anything but swallow her anger, Gu Ning was greatly pleased. She stopped pretending, but said it plainly, Li Jinjin, I told you that you must bear the consequences of what you've done to me. However, when and where I'll pay you back totally depends on me. I assume you must already know that those hoodlums are still in the hospital right now. And how Gu Ning would get revenge was also up to her mood. Li Jinjin's face turned pale in fear. Her body tightened. The minute Li Jinyu noticed that Gu Ning was with Li Jinjin, he knew that something must be wrong. He walked to them without delay. Seeing that, Gu Ning didn't waste her time, but left at once. Jinjin, what did she say to you? Watching Li Jinjin being scared, Li Jinyu asked with worry. She said I should bear the consequences of what I've done to her, Li Jinjin said. Her voice was trembling. Damn it! Damn that Gu Ning! What does she want? Li Jinyu lost his patience. A long time had passed after what Li Jinjin had done to Gu Ning, but Gu Ning hadn't done anything ever since it had happened. Meanwhile, she always threatened Li Jinjin that she would get revenge. What did Gu Ning want? Both Li Jinjin and Li Jinyu didn't tell their father what had happened. They still didn't want their father to find out. The birthday party ended at 10 p.m. Gu Ning and her friends left. Qin Yifan wanted to drive Gu Ning home, but he wasn't available now, so he could only let Qin Zixuan do it. And Yi went back home with his father. As for the rest, Hao Ran and Qin Zixuan would send them home. Gu Ning and Yu Mixi were in Hao Ran's car, while Zhang Tianping, Mu Ku and Chu Peihan were in Qin Zixuan's car. I've noticed you were talking with the girl named Gu Ning most of your time tonight. Do you like her? Qin Yiqing walked to Qin Yifan's side and asked. Although it was a question, Qin Yiqing already knew that the answer was affirmative. As Qin Yifan's older sister, she knew her younger brother very well. Qin Yifan seldom talked a lot with females. Even with Li Jinjin, who he had grown up with, Qin Yifan remained quiet a lot. T/his chapter is updated by nvel bin.co/m. In addition, Qin Yifan couldn't help glancing at Gu Ning from time to time, and his gentle attitude towards her explained everything already. Yes. Qin Yifan didn't bother to deny it. He couldn't lie to himself now. Yes, he liked Gu Ning, but unluckily, in Gu Ning's eyes, he was only an ordinary friend for now. Qin Yifan had no idea how he should chase Gu Ning. I've never heard of a super-rich family with the family name of Gu, Qin Yiqing said. It was obvious that she demanded that the girl must be from an equal family. Qin Yifan was upset at once. He said with displeasure, I don't care. Nevertheless, our family cares. We don't demand that you have to marry a woman from a family as rich and powerful as ours, but she can't be a random girl. I think Xinjin is an excellent choice. Actually, Qin Yiqing said that not because she liked Li Jinjin, but because she knew Li Jinjin so well. For now, Li Jinjin was the best choice. I only regard Jinjin as my younger sister. I won't marry her, all right. Please don't get involved in my personal affairs, Qin Yifan said with impatience. He then ignored Qin Yiqing, turning and heading to his room. Qin Yiqing let him go, but she had an evil idea in her mind. Since Qin Yifan wouldn't listen to her, she could only deal with Gu Ning now. The Qin family would never allow him to marry an ordinary woman. Li Jinjin was hiding not far away from them. She heard their talk clearly. She had sensed Qin Yifan's affection towards Gu Ning, but it was totally unacceptable to her when she heard it herself. Li Jinjin hated Gu Ning to the death. She wanted Gu Ning to disappear right away, but now, she couldn't do anything. If Qin Yifan found out about what she had done, their relationship would be ruined. Yu Mixi changed her clothes before she went back home, because she didn't know how to explain it to her father. Gu Ning didn't have that problem. She went straight home in her gown. Gu Man complimented her continuously. When Gu Ning had just changed her clothing, she received a message from Qin Yifan. He asked her whether she was home or not. Gu Ning sent a message back, "I'm home now." Qin Yifan, great. Actually, Qin Yifan wanted to say more, but didn't know what to begin with. He didn't have the courage to tell Gu Ning that he liked her yet. Time flew. It was Friday already. Gu Ning had been living a peaceful life these past few days. Because of what happened to Gu Xiaoxiao, both Chen Ziyao and Xiao Feifei kept a distance away from Gu Ning. For now, they didn't dare to annoy Gu Ning, but it didn't mean that they hated Gu Ning less. In the afternoon on Thursday though, Qin Jing had come to Gu Ning. He had wanted to talk to her, but had been refused by Gu Ning. Zhang Yiming and Fu Mingliang didn't understand why Qin Jing had done that. They asked him whether he liked Gu Ning for real now. Qin Jing wasn't sure whether he liked Gu Ning, but he was sure that he regretted breaking up with her. He probably really liked Gu Ning now. The only reason why he hesitated was that he hadn't fully accepted Gu Ning's poor family. However, even though he accepted Gu Ning's everything now, he knew that Gu Ning had lost interest in him already. She was more and more indifferent to him. However, he wouldn't give up. Why had Gu Ning been so normal when they were together? And once they had broken up, she suddenly became so outstanding. The more Qin Jing couldn't accept the truth, the more he wanted to get Gu Ning. Early in the morning, Chu Peihan told everyone that her older brother invited them to have a meal together. In fact, Chu Peihan did it on purpose. She wanted Gu Ning to have a fight with Chu Xianfeng. She was curious to see who the winner would be. Hao Ran and others were all happy to hear that. They were also eager to know if their boss could defeat Chu Peihan's older brother. Chu Peihan had said that her older brother was really good and had trained like a professional. This weekend, Gu Ning had no plan to go to City G because there was nothing she needed to deal with herself. Everything went on smoothly. Zhou Xinghong told her that the registration and other documents could be done by the next Monday. They had also hired 10 staff members. A male store manager, 5 saleswomen, 1 male after-sales service worker and 1 female office worker, as well as 2 guards who were retired soldiers. They offered a high salary with great benefits, so there were many interviewees. They soon hired enough people with experience. Once the people were employed, the training started. During the training, the employees could get their pay already, thus they all worked hard. The decoration of the shop would be finished after 4 days. And the opening ceremony was on the next Saturday. What they needed to do right now was advertising. They had worked 24/7 to make jewelry. The machines had already produced over 100 pieces of jewelry. It was much slower to make jewelry by hand, so there were only a dozen handmade ones, but each of them was of high quality. Gu Ning had also told Zhou Xinghong to advertise the King's Green mainly. They planned to promote the King's Green by reservation. The first come, first served. And the number of clients was limited by the consumption of the jade. However, each client could only reserve 1 piece of jewelry. This King's Green was big enough to make 4 bracelets, 2 wide jade rings, several pendants and several pairs of earrings. If the size of the jewelry was smaller, the amount of it could increase a little bit. Actually, Gu Ning wasn't very hopeful that there would be many clients to reserve the King's Green. Its price was too high after all. Not many could afford it, or were willing to pay a fortune for it, but it was still a good promotional plan. In the afternoon, Gu Qingyang told Gu Qinxiang that he had settled the school. It was a normal high school, number 2 high school, in City G. Gu Xiaoxiao could go and register on Monday. Even though Gu Qinxiang was satisfied already. Gu Qingyang asked Gu Qinxiang whether Gu Xiaoxiao would live in the dormitory or outside the school. If she lived outside, she needed to rent a house first. In fact, Gu Qingyang turned to the number 2 high school on purpose. It was far away from his home, so that Gu Xiaoxiao couldn't stay in his place. Gu Qinxiang wasn't in the mood to deal with this mess now. He understood his daughter's character, thus he let Gu Qingyang find an apartment for Gu Xiaoxiao near the school. He planned to buy Gu Xiaoxiao a house when she went to university. When the afternoon classes were over, Chu Peihan and her friends took a taxi heading straight to the hotel where Chu Xianfeng had booked a room. It was a 5-star hotel in the downtown. When they arrived there, Chu Xianfeng was waiting for them. Seeing Gu Ning, Chu Xianfeng was a little uneasy. He wasn't confident enough that he could beat Gu Ning. It would be super embarrassing if he lost, but he couldn't behave like a coward. Therefore, he wore a calm and relaxed face even though he wasn't confident. "Nice to meet you all. Come on and have a seat," Chu Xianfeng said to them, like he was their older brother next door. No one would believe that such a gentleman was the vice chairman of the Qing gang. Chu Xuanfeng's appearance lied. "Nice to meet you too, Brother Chu." Everyone knew that he was Chu Peihan's older brother, so they all called him Brother Chu. After they were all seated, they started to order one by one. When the waiter was gone, Hao Ran said, "Brother Chu, Peihan told us you're going to have a fight with our boss. I assume you must be very good at fighting. I've never seen our boss lose a competition yet." Hearing that, Chu Xianfeng felt cornered. He also knew that Gu Ning was powerful, and he wasn't sure of himself at all. "I'm not going to have a competition with Gu Ning, but learn from her," Chu Xianfeng explained. It seemed as if he was being modest, but it was also a great way to save his face if he lost. "Don't flatter me. I could easily beat you down because you all are too weak." "Brother Chu is different," Gu Ning said. Although she was confident, she couldn't be arrogant. In addition, it was too early to know the result. Hao Ran and others felt awkward when Gu Ning said they were all too weak, but they weren't mad at Gu Ning because she told the truth. After that, they chatted for a while longer. When they finished the meal, they went to an empty place with few people around. Gu Ning and Chu Xianfeng were about to have a fight. However, just as they walked out of the hotel, Hao Ran received a call from the manager of V5 bar. Some people were causing trouble in the bar. Therefore, they decided to postpone the competition, getting into a car heading to V5 bar instead. The bar was located in downtown too, so it only took them several minutes to get there. In V5 bar, the consumers were all gone. The music was stopped while the lights were on bright. There were 2 groups of people standing against each other with broken chairs, desks and bottles scattered around. Those who caused trouble in V5 bar were around 20 hoodlums, all with steel sticks in their hands. They couldn't be common consumers. At their opposite side were around 20 normal bar workers too, but they were apparently terrified facing the hoodlums. The manager of V5 bar was a 30-year-old man. Although he was afraid of those hoodlums, he still questioned in anger, "Who are you? Why do you want to damage our bar? You don't need to know who we are. We're merely doing our job for money. Your bar is too popular, so someone wants it to close," the head of those hoodlums said. Hearing that, all the workers of V5 bar were annoyed. This was insane. Why should they close the bar just because it was too popular? The person who hired those hoodlums was so shameless. What if we don't? The manager clenched his teeth and said. Well, then we'll keep coming to cause trouble and a mess. I don't think your bar can continue opening after that, the leading hoodlum said with disdain. The manager was mad. Aren't you afraid we'll call the police? The police? Ha ha, if we were afraid of the police, we would not be here today. Let me tell you something. We're from the Flying Eagle gang. Even the police keep a distance away from us, and we have our people in the police station too, the leading hoodlum said with pride. The Flying Eagle gang was a small gang with 200 people. Although it was hardly comparable with the Chain gang, not many dared to mess with them. Once they heard that those hoodlums were from the Flying Eagle gang, the staff of V5 Bar lost their courage. So, if you don't want to be in bigger trouble, close the bar as soon as possible. Let's go, the leading hoodlum warned before they started walking out. They only damaged stuff in the bar, and had no intention to hurt people. Do you want to leave? V5 Bar isn't some place you can come and go as you like. Right at that moment, a cold male voice sounded outside. Hao Ran and the others walked inside. Ariad updated stirise at n/vel/bin.com. How did you get in? Seeing them stepping towards him, the leading hoodlum was surprised. There were 2 hoodlums guarding the door outside. How come no one informed him that Hao Ran and others were coming inside? The 2 outside are merely waste, Hao Ran said with obvious disdain. The leading hoodlum was displeased, but it was understandable that the 2 weren't able to stop the group of them. In addition, Hao Ran and others were mostly in school uniform. The leading hoodlum believed that they must be ordinary students, so he raised his voice, so what? We just come and go as we like. Superficially, those hoodlums from the Flying Eagle gang had an advantage over Hao Ran and his friends. Tell me, who sent you here? Hao Ran asked angrily. What if I don't? The leading hoodlum replied. If you don't, then we can only use violence, Gu Ning said. She knew those hoodlums wouldn't say anything unless they felt threatened. However, if they beat them down to the ground, they would probably tell them everything. Gu Ning looked to Chu Xinfeng saying with great interest, Brother Chu, why don't we have the competition here? There are around 20 hoodlums before us. The one who can beat down the most is the winner. Chu Xuanfeng's face remained calm, but he was reluctant to do that. He knew that he would lose even before the competition began. However, it would be more shameful if he gave up right now, so he answered, sure. But boss, there are so many of them, and they all have steel sticks in their hands. Hao Ran tried to stop Gu Ning. Although Gu Ning was better than him and the other boys, the situation was different now. There were too many hoodlums with steel sticks. Indeed, boss, Qin Zixuan and the others were also worried. It'll be fine. I think it's much more exciting to grab the steel sticks from them by hand, isn't it? Gu Ning said. She seemed very excited, and not nervous or terrified at all. After that, she warned her friends in an undeniable tone, you all must stay here. Do not get involved, understand? Hao Ran and the others couldn't change her mind, but said yes. They chose to believe in Gu Ning. Since she said that it would be fine, she was confident that she would win. How dare you say that? Let us teach you a lesson. Beat them. The leading hoodlum was greatly displeased by Gu Ning's words. He raised his steel stick attacking straight at Gu Ning and Chu Xinfeng. Meanwhile, both Gu Ning and Chu Xinfeng ran ahead. It was a fierce fight. FIDDEU UPTS on NOV/E/LN.com. Although there were many of those hoodlums with steel sticks, they weren't skillful at fighting. They could easily defeat an ordinary person, but could do nothing before Gu Ning and Chu Xianfeng. Gu Ning and Chu Xianfeng hit them in a quick, heavy, accurate and violent way. Those hoodlums were in great pain after their punches, and soon lost their ability to fight. Some were kicked off, and some got broken bones, but Gu Ning and Chu Xianfeng stayed safe and sound. Those hoodlums panicked now. They didn't expect that the man and the woman in front of them were so powerful. Hao Ran and the rest were all astonished by the scene. They felt like they were in an action film. No, even an action film couldn't be this exciting. They were fighting against each other for real, while scenes in the movie weren't real. Gu Ning was obviously moving faster than Chu Xianfeng. After several minutes, the fierce fight ended. Gu Ning had beaten down 11 in all, while Chu Xianfeng had only beaten down 9. Gu Ning won. Actually, Gu Ning didn't want Chu Xianfeng to be embarrassed, so she hadn't used her full force. Otherwise, the gap could be bigger. I lost, Chu Xianfeng admitted it without hesitation. Chu Xianfeng of course understood that Gu Ning helped him save face. She had injured several hoodlums, then left them to Chu Xianfeng on purpose. Chu Xianfeng now thought more highly of Gu Ning. Wow, you two are so amazing. Exactly. It's so exciting. Hao Ran and the rest all shouted in excitement. They admired Gu Ning and Chu Xianfeng more than ever now, and the staff of V5 Bar were also looking at them with admiration. Chu Xianfeng was the god, while Gu Ning was the goddess in their eyes. All right, let's get down to the business first, Gu Ning said. Hearing that, everyone then realized that there was still something important to deal with. Those hoodlums were all moaning in pain on the ground. The staff of V5 Bar were eager to kick them a few more times. Now, can you tell us who sent you here? Gu Ning stared at the leading hoodlum. The man unconsciously huddled in horror, but he didn't compromise right away. He threatened instead, "We're from the Flying Eagle gang. Aren't you afraid we'll revenge ourselves on you?" Hao Ran and several boys hesitated. Although they were from either powerful or rich families, they weren't willing to have bad blood with the gang. However, Gu Ning, Chu Xianfeng and Chu Peihan didn't care about that at all. Flying Eagle gang? Oh, isn't it just a small gang with only 200 people? This place has the Qing gang's support, Chu Xianfeng said. Since he said so, he decided to protect this V5 Bar. However, those who didn't know his identity were all astonished. Since when had the Qing gang supported V5 Bar? They soon realized that Chu Xianfeng must be threatening those hoodlums with the Qing gang's name, but was it appropriate that he used the Qing gang's name casually? What if the Qing gang was irritated? Some felt worried, but no one said it aloud. From Gu Ning's perspective, Chu Xianfeng wouldn't use the Qing gang's name for no reason. It wouldn't do any good for V5 Bar. Thus she believed that Chu Xianfeng must know someone in the Qing gang. Only Chu Peihan knew the real reason. What? Those hoodlums immediately changed, their faces trembling in shock, but they still doubted it. Are you sure? Do you think anybody can just use the Qing gang's name? Chu Xianfeng asked coldly. Right now, those hoodlums from the Flying Eagle gang believed that it was true. No one dared to use the Qing gang's name randomly. If the Qing gang found out, the person would be unable to bear the consequences of failure. Accordingly, the leading hoodlum had to compromise. Fine, I'll say it. It's the boss of the nearby charm bar who sent us here. Because ever since V5 Bar opened, the foot traffic of the charm bar has greatly reduced. Only less than half of the previous customers are willing to walk inside the charm bar. Hearing that, Hao Ran, Qin Zixuan, Zhang Tianping and the staff of V5 Bar were all mad. Hao Ran, what should we do next? Qin Zixuan asked. Boss, what do you think? Hao Ran asked Gu Ning instead. Gu Ning didn't answer his question right away. She turned to looking at the leading hoodlum and asked, "Are you sure it's the boss of the charm bar who sent you here? If you've lied to me, you'll pay for it." Gu Ning wanted to make sure the leading hoodlum was telling the truth, instead of fooling them. Although it was highly possible that the charm bar did it, there were many other bars around this area. It could be another bar that deliberately used the charm bar's name. "It's true. It is the boss of the charm bar who sent us here." The leading hoodlum seemed serious. He didn't dare to lie to them. "Do you have the boss's number?" Gu Ning asked. "Yes," he answered. "Give it to me," Gu Ning said. "Sure." The hoodlum didn't hesitate. Despite the painful injuries around his body, he struggled to take out his phone, telling Gu Ning the number. Gu Ning, instead, directly used the hoodlum's phone to call. The phone hadn't even rung 3 times when the other side picked it up. Either the phone lay by his hands, or the person must have been waiting for this call. Gu Ning thought that the person was certainly waiting for this call, because before Gu Ning could say a word, the person asked with eagerness, "How is it going? Are the people in V5 bar scared?" The man told Gu Ning the truth himself. There was a light smile on Gu Ning's lips. She spoke to the man in a threatening way, "Mr. Wang, do you want to settle the compensation here in V5 bar, or should I go and smash everything in your bar too?" Hearing that, the Mr. Wang was shocked. He knew that he did something wrong. He himself revealed the fact that he had sent those hoodlums to the V5 bar. And now those hoodlums were in Gu Ning's hands. It was a little unacceptable for Mr. Wang. He had hired 20 people from the Flying Eagle gang. How could they lose? Was it because the people in V5 bar were too powerful? However, he had investigated it before. The owners of the V5 bar were merely 3 high school students and knew nobody in the gangs. FIDDEU UPTS on NOV/E/LN.com. However, no matter what, he wouldn't admit it, of course. Thus he tried his best to calm down, and said airily, "Who are you? What did you say? I don't understand." Gu Ning sneered, "Mr. Wang, I know you understand, so stop acting. What you've said at the beginning already told me the truth. So, please never try to challenge our patience. We aren't good-tempered at all. Besides, your men are here in our hands. Do you really think the Flying Eagle gang is able to deal with us?" Mr. Wang didn't know what to say, but he was displeased at being threatened. Meanwhile, he was slightly terrified. They weren't afraid of the Flying Eagle gang, which meant they couldn't be simple. But Mr. Wang, whose full name was Wang Desheng, had a powerful background, so he didn't yield right away. He threatened instead, "So what? My uncle is the head of the office in the Industry and Commerce Bureau. If you dare to damage my charm bar, I'll let him officially close yours." "Oh, the head of the office in the Industry and Commerce Bureau? Is he even more powerful than the director?" Gu Ning sneered with disdain. Who are you?" Wang Desheng immediately misunderstood, thinking Gu Ning had a relationship with the director. He was on alert now. Actually, Gu Ning did it on purpose. "I told you. I'm from the V5 bar," Gu Ning said. Wang Desheng clenched his teeth. He made a bad decision this time. "What do you want?" Wang Desheng asked in anger. "I told you. Either you pay the compensation or we'll ruin your bar." "It's up to you," Gu Ning said. She put it so airily, like it was an easy choice. "Fine, I'll pay the compensation. I'll be there within 10 minutes, Wang Desheng replied before he hung up heavily. He was so mad that he smashed his cell phone on the floor. The bar manager beside him was astonished. "Boss, what's wrong?" The plan failed. Those hoodlums from the Flying Eagle gang were caught on sight. A girl used Chen Lauer's phone to call me. She threatened me to compensate, otherwise they will damage our bar. They aren't afraid of the Flying Eagle gang at all, nor my uncle. I think they must have a powerful support, Wang Desheng said in anger. Chen Lauer was the leading hoodlum. He was kind of an important figure in the Flying Eagle gang. What? Hearing that, the manager was greatly surprised. He didn't expect that the people in V5 bar were so powerful. What should we do now? We have no choice but to compensate. I don't want them to ruin my bar. The bar is hardly afloat now. If they damage it, I would have to close the bar. Although Wang Desheng was reluctant to do it, he had no choice. The compensation was probably merely around a few 100,000 yuan. He could afford it. Later, Wang Desheng and his several men walked towards the V5 bar. Hao Ran had already arranged for his people to be outside of the V5 bar, in case normal customers accidentally got in. Wang Desheng and his men arrived before long. In the V5 bar, everything was kept in the same mess. Gu Ning didn't allow them to clean it up. It was the on-site evidence after all. And those hoodlums from the Flying Eagle gang were all squatted at the corner. None of them dared to move. Gu Ning and the others faced the door standing in a line, waiting for Wang Desheng. The minute Wang Desheng walked inside, a group of students in school uniform came into his sight. Although he already knew that the owners of the V5 bar were 3 high school students, it was hard for him to accept it when he saw it with his own eyes. He even thought that he must be in the wrong place. Then, Wang Desheng noticed that the hall was in a mess and Chen Lauer as well as his men were all squatting in the corner with injuries. Wang Desheng was slightly afraid that he would be beaten like that. "Who is the boss?" Wang Desheng asked. He knew that the boss was a student, but he didn't know which one was the boss. "It's me." Hao Ran stood out. "How much should I compensate?" Wang Desheng asked. This time, Gu Ning walked ahead and said, "We've done the math. There are 72 smashed pieces of furniture to sit on. 10 of them are booths. Each booth is 2,000 yuan, so it's 20,000 yuan in all. 10 of them are sofas. Each sofa is 4,000 yuan, then it is 40,000 yuan in all. 20 of them are chairs, and each is 800 yuan. That is 16,000 yuan in all. Besides, there are 32 broken stools. Each is 200 yuan, and 6,400 yuan in all. The bar counter costs 30,000 yuan. The stage is 10,000 yuan, and the whole set of the music equipment cost 100,000 yuan. We naturally have to redecorate the bar after it has been damaged so badly. It takes a week at least. According to our previous renovation fee, we need 50,000 yuan. Our turnover in a week is between 400,000 and 600,000 yuan. Take the middle number, and that's 500,000 yuan. Oh, there should be a mental loss for our employees as well. 10,000 yuan per person, and we have 23 workers here. That's 230,000 yuan in total. And the reputation loss of our V5 bar cost 500,000 yuan. All in all, the amount you need to compensate is 1,502,400 yuan. Let's exclude the fraction of the price, that will be 1.5 million yuan. Do you want to pay it with cash or credit card? Well, truckers, that's all for this part. See you all in next video.